At a time when accuracy matters, accurate temperature measurements are essential. Switch to Exergen because they are accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
St. Louis, operating at 1010 AM and K264CY at 100.7 FM.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. A U.S. judge in Texas has issued a nationwide injunction barring the federal government from enforcing President Biden's requirement that federal workers without qualifying medical or religious exemptions be vaccinated for COVID. Judge Jeffrey Brown ruling that opponents of Biden's vaccination mandate for federal employees were likely to succeed at trial and block the government from enforcing the requirement. The Justice Department says it will appeal the judge's ruling. Thousands of pro-life Americans in the nation's capital are now on the move at the 49th Annual March for Life. Tina Bennett is a spokeswoman for Live Action.
People are excited. I'm excited because we have hope. We have hope that the Supreme Court will rule in favor of preborn children, and we have hope that we will see the justice that we've been waiting for 49 years.
The Supreme Court appears likely in the coming months to let states impose tighter restrictions on abortion. Also at townhall.com, President Biden's job approval rating slips following his extended press conference this week. Bernie Bennett with the update.
The Rasmussen Report's daily presidential tracking poll for Friday shows that 41% of likely U.S. voters approve of President Biden's job performance, 58% disapprove. The latest figures include 20% who strongly approve of the job Mr. Biden is doing and 47% who strongly disapprove. This gives him a presidential approval index rating of negative 27. At this point in his presidency, former President Trump had a 45% approval rating, 4% higher than President Biden. Bernie Bennett reporting.
An estimated 800 migrants trying to continue their journey north have been intercepted by Mexican authorities shortly after walking out of the southern Mexican city of Tapachula. The attempted migrant caravan followed a day of protest Thursday over the Mexican government's attempts to contain them in the south, far from the U.S. border. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter 3388 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 3388. Enjoy.
The news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you. With the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do, and you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-649-8617. 800-649-8617. 800-649-8617. That's 800-649-8617.
You are listening to Larry Conners, USA.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
This is Larry Conners USA. Larry Conners USA.
The
vice president and the press secretary and all the other White House underlings can go on every TV show they want today. That doesn't change the fact that Joe Biden yesterday got in some kind of academic philosophical debate about what level of invasion into Ukraine might cause a Western response, into some kind of academic debate about why Vladimir Putin is doing what he's doing. He's doing it because Joe Biden is weak and impotent, and he thinks he can take advantage of him. The last time we had a Democratic president, Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine as well. But, you know, for 4 years of Republican president, former President Trump, Vladimir Putin didn't invade Ukraine. Why do we think that is, despite the Democrats yelling Russia, Russia, Russia for 4 years? It's because Putin understood that Donald Trump, like Republicans, are strong, and we stand by our allies and partners around the world.
It doesn't happen in a vacuum, that's for sure, and that is Senator Tom Cotton remarking on President Biden's statements during the press conference yesterday, or excuse me, yes, yesterday. Yeah, that's right. Well, it was actually on Wednesday at 3 that he made them. So the president, not a good press conference. First off, welcome. My name is Crane Durham. This is the Larry Connors Show. LCUSA, the great Larry Connors. Fear not, he'll be back on Monday, but know this. We do everything we can to uphold the standard where he tells the truth and he's fair and he has a great history of that. We're all blessed that he does this program and he's speaking the truth, which is wonderful. I don't know if I agree with him on everything and anything, but I do know that I share his compass when it comes to things. And I think that's really important. You get to know people over years, and you shall know them by their fruits. And fruit takes time. It does. It's not overnight. It's a quick statement, which also applies to leaders, and specifically our president, President Biden. Now, a lot of people are picking up on what we picked up yesterday, talking about the ideology, talking about casting doubts on the election, talking about the Ukraine and the statements that he made. Now, we have officials going forward cleaning up the president's statements on the Ukraine. And in doing that, they're speaking along the lines of saying 1 foot into this country will represent an invasion. But I got the idea he was kind of doing the Sudanland thing, the appeasement and the wages of appeasement that I saw. There are wages of appeasement. Great book by Bruce Thornton, who wrote about actually the Obama administration. So they're part of the Obama administration we have in Vice President Biden. That said, we look at somebody saying, I'm just going to take a chunk here. That's all I'm interested in. That's not the case with Vladimir Putin. Remember what he had said in the past. The greatest tragedy of the 20th century was what? The breakup of the Soviet Union. And it tells me that when we are confronting Putin, please understand his appetite will grow to what he thinks he can get. And it's not going to change. And so you better have a commander-in-chief who fundamentally understands that. And we've got the bizarro Reagan, in my estimation, when it comes to this bizarro Reagan, the exact opposite of Reagan, which I used to call President Obama. But in this particular instance, the bizarro Reagan of peace through strength, Ronald Reagan, weakness invites aggression, understanding that, and we have our president pontificating psychologically on the state of the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin. So on the flip side, we've got a lot of mo, as Mr. T would say, and it's going to be about the election coming up, the comments made, and the sanctity of our vote. Crane Durham, sitting in for Larry Connors, LCUSA.
You can hear podcasts of this program at Larry Connors USA Facebook. Larry Connors USA Facebook.
For years, I've told you, be well with Wellington Environmental. That's because I know the excellent work Wellington does when it comes to making your home, your business, even hospitals safe. See, recently I asked Wellington to check a relative's home. The relative had been constantly sick. Doctors couldn't find a cause. I asked Tom Wellington, please check the house. After extensive testing, Wellington could rule out mold and other air and water toxins. Well, that was a major relief, and the negative results gave doctors added information. So when I encourage you to call Wellington, I mean it. Wellington, 314-644-4930, 644-4930. A-rated by the Better Business Bureau, Missouri and Illinois. Wellington Environmental, 314-644-4930. Be well with Wellington. Wellington Environmental.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-958-2156. 800-958-2156. 800-958-2156. That's 800-958-2156.
This segment of Larry Connors USA is brought to you by my friends at John Beal Roofing, covering homes and businesses throughout the Midwest. Best quality, lowest prices. John Beal, 1-800-NEW-ROOF, 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
You can text Larry right now at Larry Connors USA Facebook. Larry Connors USA Facebook.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
I will tell you why we can't be friends. I've got to answer the question. Crane Durham sitting in for the great Larry Connors USA. And there is something going on here. We can't be friends because you want to put additional measures into the voting of the state, basically the federal takeover of the states voting. And if I oppose that, you call me a white supremacist. That's very hard to have a friendship with you because I can't stand white supremacists. They're nuts. They're crazy. As I say, they are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They're not rational, and they're dangerous, as any most racialized supremacists are. Black supremacists. Imagine if we were calling for color-coded graduations in 2022. Oh, what's that? Mark? No, it is Mike. And, oh, you're saying that they do. They have called for those. They've had segregated graduations and housing. Wow. We're really kicking that content of our character, aren't we? Isn't that beautiful? Just wonderful. I mean, we really have embraced and we've come such a long way. it actually appears that we have made so much progress that Al Sharpton is dictating and advising, well, he advised the former president, and that being President Obama, not President Trump, on racial issues. And you never see the day after his history. He doesn't apologize. Not much when he does smearing of others. And yes, I'm aware of the riots and the blood on his hands. In fact, I got to see him. I didn't get to meet him at the 2008 Democratic Convention. And he just gave me a long stare. Must have been the years I just repeated what he had done in his history. But I digress. Yes, we've retarded the change, the civil rights leader Martin Luther King. We're going the exact opposite route. I would say we've bastardized it as well. It's just awful in so many different ways, but it doesn't allow for us to have a conversation or an honest conversation about the issues because we're so afraid of being called a name. Well, it was just a name, and it wasn't a digital character assassination that we are seeing and going after families, people, nut bars, absolute nut bars. But it does infect our day-to-day conversations. Here's Gavin Newsom. You know those trains that were being robbed? And he's announcing an initiative. See, it's really hard. I'm seeing a Democrat actually get serious about crime and trying to fight it with a new policy. It's almost like the San Francisco mayor standing up and rejecting the defund the police movement. So pardon me if I stutter every now and then, because when somebody makes a step or takes a step for law and order, it causes me a little second look, because these are the people that have allowed for their cities and their states to become lawless and have put people in their state or city, they've put these people in danger, and there's a death toll. So here, cut number 3, Gavin Newsom, roll it.
Just mark my words, this is not one-off. This is organized. Yeah. These are organized gangs of people that are coming out, and forgive me for saying this. I know that's not a pejorative. They're organized groups of folks.
Okay. Really? We can't say gangs anymore? Wow. Then I guess we can't talk about why people join gangs. Oh, it's the neat headbands, right? No, it's not. It's absolutely not. It's connection. That's what it is. They're looking for a family. And that, if you want to look at results of people who are not doing well, I don't like to color code it. I can put it in I don't color code it because I believe America is beyond that. We fought that battle, and ostensibly the good guys won. Martin Luther King won. But now we have to color code things, and thereby, when we talk about these issues, somehow we are saying because somebody's color of one's skin has a greater amount of people who are struggling with a particular issue, maybe out of wedlock birth, that somehow discussing that, having that conversation is a no-no. And it makes you a racist. I mean, people toss around racist today. It's amazing. And you're doing a real disservice, because there are actual racists out there. Not a lot of people, not a lot, overall, generally speaking, in the United States. Ben Shapiro did some work on tracing accounts in relation to Charlottesville and a whole host of things. And we're not talking about a lot of people here. Does that mean we don't talk about it? No. We say that's a problem, and we look at it, and if they break the law or they're encouraging hate, we confront that. How do we confront that? If they're speaking, we debate them. We have a conversation. And when they make these comments, to understand that they're making it on somebody's skin suit. You all get this. See, I'm tired because I've had the conversation too many times in my car. I used to have it on air. But it really, really goes to the heart of things about being able to talk about issues and recognize that we're talking about behavior and we're not talking about skin color. And regardless of one's skin color, ethnicity, what is apparent is behavior is the issue, not the skin suit. And if you are afraid now to even talk about these issues and say these things, well, then your First Amendment rights have been hamstrung, as I mentioned yesterday. And it's up to us. It's up to us. The cavalry is not coming in. Look, oh, there it is. It's going to be, 100 million Ronald Reagans coming through. Okay? Do you notice that when we talk about race that we go to people who are dividing our country? They've even come up with something along the lines of white privilege. Well, maybe, as Dennis Prager pointed out in an article, I don't know how long ago, when I'm doing research, I don't look at the actual date of it, but he was speaking to white privilege, maybe 2016, now I see it in my head. And Prager said, do we have two-parent privilege? Because that is actually the result of behavior, and if you're looking for people who are having problems within our system with addiction and with crime, well, we can look at that. And then we go back to that guy, Dan Quayle. Oh, he's so stupid, right? Dan Quayle, when he talked about family values. And let's laugh that one off. Let's just laugh it off because that's the truth. Oh, Crane, you talk about family values. You're putting yourself above everybody. No, not at all. I'm pointing out an historical finding or fact. I'm talking about the fact that when you look at behaviors and you look at results and you look at societal breakdown, it has to do with the breakdown of the American family. That's what it does. Read Heather McDonald. Read one of her books. Read all of them. You'll get some information on law enforcement as well as immigration if you read all of her books. I haven't read all of her books, but I've interviewed her a number of times, and I will tell you I've read The War on Cops, and that's a wonderful book. And you go to City Journal for that. But back to the fact that somehow I am saying I'm better than when I point out something that is right, correct, factual. In pointing that out, somehow I'm saying that I'm above it all. No, I'm not. I'm just saying this works, this doesn't. Okay? And if we're going to silence those who are bringing up what doesn't work because there are policies that get away from the problem and create new problems like the racializing of them, ask Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Well, you can't, but you can go back and you can, I think it was 69, or the speech that he gave in regard to the analysis on this, and he was called a bigot. Democrat, by the way. And don't get me wrong, Democratic Party versus the Republican Party when it came to the Civil Rights Bill of 1964, you had more Republicans voting for it. So it's projection a lot of times, folks. I mean, people are saying this is right. They project on. They say what they think or do and do it and say it to you, and you're like, what are you talking about? What's going on? What is this white privilege nonsense? And anytime we go away from the idea that we're going to judge people by the content of their character, a meritocracy where Americans are equal under the law, we go away from the idea of the great salad bowl and make it the wonderful melting pot that it is, and the promise that we have. It's so interesting to me that when you bring up the alternative and point out something, somehow you are the racist, not the people who are making these claims or promoting and promulgating these policies with the soft bigotry of low expectations. Oh, yeah, we can't have voter ID. Minorities won't like it. But in fact, if you look, there was a study done, and they colorized it because it was addressing a racial charge, and the majority of them did support. The group, Black Americans, did support voter ID. Why wouldn't they? Oh, you're making it too tough to vote. Really? You think that little of me? I guess I can't go to anything. I can't go into the news building that you go into. I can't go pretty much anywhere. And especially now, I've got to have my papers. I don't have papers. I'm not vaccinated. Ooh, not vaccinated. Does that mean you're anti-vax? No, it doesn't. I'm not. I'm pro-freedom. I mean, the idea that you're going to make a health decision on me with something that has come out within the last year, yes, based on research in the past, I get it, confronting this pandemic that was, actually out of China. Don't say that. You can't do that. You can't tell the truth. That's what it gets to. You can't tell the truth about things because somehow that makes you, when you say it came from China, you're demonizing Chinese people. I am not. I'm supporting the people who are under the China regime, be it the Chinese people who are desiring to be free, the Christian community, the Uyghur community, whatever it may be. See, if we don't say it, then people don't hear it and they don't learn, and that's what's happening to our schools. Scary stuff, folks. Crane Durham, sitting for Larry Connors, Larry Connors USA.
Leaves are pretty until they start falling into your gutters. You really want to climb up a ladder, clean them out? That sounds like a project, a dangerous project. I have a motto. I don't do projects. You need K-Guard leaf-free gutter system. Get a free estimate. Locally owned, KGuardMidwest.com. KGuardMidwest.com.
When I was little, I didn't talk for a long time. I liked things to always be the same. Anything new or different would scare and upset me. I was very sensitive to lights and sounds. It was almost like I had bigger eyes and ears than everyone else. So I built secret hiding places where nothing could get in. I didn't like looking people in the eye. It made me feel uncomfortable. I'd throw big tantrums over little things like when my socks didn't match. Sometimes I'd do the same things over and over. Until one day, I found out I had autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I learned how to live with it better.
You can see signs of autism in children as young as 18 months. Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
I was visiting my 75-year-old aunt the other day when her phone rang.
Hello?
it's you again.
She seemed nervous.
Well, I don't think I need any more life insurance.
The caller was doing a great job keeping my aunt on the line.
Okay, so you need my credit card number?
My aunt went to get her purse, so I decided that I would ask a few questions. Well, as soon as I introduced myself, the caller hung up.
Gruff the Crime Dog here. Recognizing the signs of fraud can be difficult for older people. Often they're very trusting and consider it impolite to hang up. The National Crime Prevention Council wants to educate seniors so that these scams can be reported to local law enforcement agencies.
Financial fraud can include identity theft, fake check and wire transfer scams, investment and credit card fraud, and online charitable solicitations. Unfortunately, only 1 in 5 of these crimes are reported. To learn more, go to www.ncpc.org. That's ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council and the U.S. Department of Justice.
Come on, you watch the news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then, if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you with the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do, and you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-649-8617, 800-649-8617, 800-649-8617. That's 800-649-8617.
KXEN St. Louis.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
You've messed up your daughter's haircut. Do you A, get spiritual?
Mom, where's the mirror?
Beauty is within. Oh.
B, find the positives.
Less time blow drying, more time texting?
Or C, show empathy.
Mom, you really don't have to.
Twinsies!
I kinda love it. You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on adoption, visit adoptuskids.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
You can text Larry right now at LarryConnersUSA Facebook. Larry Connors USA Facebook.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
Welcome back. Larry Connors USA. Crane Durham sitting in for the great Larry Connors, and he is great. Wonderful man. He does wonderful work. You're just saying that because you're the guest host. No, I'd just be quiet if I didn't believe it. Solid. I've always admired him. I got to work with him on air when I was over at another station, and we needed a story. And we've become friends, which is that's great too. But you look at his career, and he's tough, but he's fair. And it's true. He hasn't been treated fairly. Not at all. I remember why I got into this quote-unquote business. Originally, it was Bill Federer and the way he was treated when he ran for Congress by the Abusi machine. So that was one of the reasons I got in, and a very big one. And to be able to come back and to be able to work with Larry Connors, well, that's pretty special. You know what else is special? The Washington Free Beacon reporting Virginia's largest school district is on the defensive after it was caught forcing children to participate in a game of, quote, privilege bingo, unquote. That singled out kids for characteristics involving their race and family life. And the categories ranged from white, and then next category, military kid, yeah, privilege. Well, I believe in a way you are privileged if your family has served, but not in this way, not in the way they're describing it. I just think it's so honorable because I don't buy into the privilege stuff. I buy into people doing a really good job or merit and judging people on that. So they have some things I don't even understand. And I'm going to hit on this a little later because I have Greg Gutfeld. You have Greg Gutfeld? Well, no, I don't have Greg Gutfeld. I have a clip of Greg Gutfeld. Thank you. Incidentally, before, when he was on Red Eye and then joined the Five, I said, please get this guy on late night. He will win. Go back. You hear me say this. I was going back and say, this guy is it. He's the antidote to the late night liberalism. And guess what? He's doing great. Do I agree with him on everything? Golly, no. I don't agree with most anybody on anything. I agree. It's crazy. But I like the way he engages and educates.
What you're seeing is an insidious transfer of power. The same people that demand removal, say, of the Pledge of Allegiance, embraces this kind of progressive propaganda as a replacement. So in that framing, you see that they don't want children paying respect to the country.
So that's see, I couldn't wait. I like it too much. I just wanted you to know that I actually had that clip, and it's a clip you're going to want to hear. Because it goes to what we opened with and the discussion, the meta point of today. Boring. It's not boring. It's actually engaging on what is taking place, unlike the president. He's not engaging on crime. He's not engaging on, well, I could go on. We've got a very special guest on the flip side, Crane Durham, Larry Conners, USA.
Larry at LarryConnersUSA@gmail.com. LarryConnersUSA@gmail.com.
Hey, Bugsy, you hear the news about Vinny?
Yeah, it's a real shame he owed money to the IRS and they finally cut up with him.
Just like Al Capone.
If the IRS can get to Capone, imagine what they can do to little old Vinny, huh?
Poor cat, he was on top of the world, then bada boom, bada bing.
What Vinny needs now is an offer he can't refuse.
Hey, you got a tax problem? Does the IRS claim you owe them a bunch of dough? They can get you too. So call the tax relief line now and learn if you qualify to negotiate your $10,000 plus IRS tax debt for up to a 75% savings. Don't be like Al or Vinny and get busted. Make this free call now. Learn how you may be able to pay the IRS less.
Call now. 800-910-8236. 800-910-8236. 800-910-8236. That's 800-910-8236.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-887-1097. 800-887-1097. 800-887-1097. That's 800-887-1097.
Ackerman Toyota has the perfect new or pre-owned car for you, but Jay Ackerman also has a mission to help charities that make a difference. Ackerman Toyota supports food banks, veterans groups, head injury victims, charities battling cancer. Ackerman Toyota at Hampton and Interstate 44. Ackerman Toyota for life.
You can text Larry right now at Larry Conners USA Facebook. Larry Connors, USA, Facebook.
Traveling in a freighter combi on a hippie trailhead full of zombies. I met a strange lady, she made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast. And she said, do you come from a land down under?
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
Do you still believe the upcoming election will be fairly conducted and its results will be legitimate?
Well, it all depends on whether or not we're able to make the case to the American people that some of this is being set up to try to alter the outcome of the election. And it's one thing, look, maybe I'm just being too much of an optimist. Remember how we thought not that many people were going to show up to vote in the middle of a pandemic? We had the highest voter turnout in the history of the United States of America. Well, I think if, in fact, no matter how hard they make it for minorities to vote, I think you're going to see them willing to stand in line and defy the attempt to keep them from being able to vote. I think you're going to see the people we're trying to keep from being able to show up, showing up and making the sacrifice that needs to be made in order to change the law back to what it should be. But it's going to be difficult. I make no bones about that. It's going to be difficult. But we're not there yet. We've not run out of options yet, and we'll see how this moves.
I can't stand when leaders do our enemy's bidding, which is to put the big question mark over an election system or say there has been an election stolen. I didn't like it when they did it to President Bush. I didn't like it when President Trump did it this past election, and I don't like it now. But I want to know why this obsession with the Voting Rights Act when we just had a very ostensibly successful election in the sense of turnout, though there were issues and there were problems and irregularities, to say the least, and I'm not a fan of those. I just do not believe that the election was stolen. I believe President Biden won. And it was interesting because if you don't believe that, do you still believe in the lower ballot, down ballot candidates who won and happened to be a Republican? I digress. Only to say this. When we're talking about election issues and what happens in Congress, I need a translator. I need help. And Zach Smith, legal fellow in the Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at the Heritage Foundation, the Great Heritage Foundation, is just that expert. Zach, welcome to the Larry Connors Show.
Thank you for having me on. It's great to be here.
Yes. Now, what would be your response to President Biden? Well, you can answer the Bull Connor if you oppose this legislation. And why is it so important that we pass this legislation? Why did they literally put it up there with their other failed agenda item, which was Build Back Better, and said, hey, we're going to go and we're going to exercise or attempt to exercise the end of the filibuster? Why'd they spend so much political capital on this?
Well, that's a great question. And I think to understand it, we really have to step back and kind of take the 40,000-foot perspective. Unfortunately, this so-called voting rights legislation was being pushed in what was really essentially a raw, partisan political power grab attempt. And really, what the Democrats in the Senate, what President Joe Biden and others were attempting to do with this legislation was to put pressure on Democratic senators like Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona, and others, and pressure them to alter or abolish the filibuster in the Senate. Now, the filibuster is just the requirement that you need 60 senators to end debate on most issues in the Senate, and it doesn't allow bipartisan legislation to be rammed through on the thinnest of majorities, which the Democrats currently have, with Vice President Kamala Harris being a tie-breaking vote. And so really, I think what many Democrats thought is that this election integrity bills, these so-called election integrity bills, would be great wedge issues, put pressure on those senators to force them to abolish the filibuster. But fortunately, Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, they held the line and did not vote to change the Senate rules when that issue was brought before them.
What does it tell you when you see the kind of pressure that was put on both Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema in the way of harassment? And it's amazing to me. I mean, Kyrsten Sinema was followed into a bathroom, and Joe Manchin was harassed at his residence, or, well, the boat, where was it his yacht? I don't know, or driving in a parking garage. And I don't have a problem talking about yachts as long as we talk about the wealth tax. When Reagan, we had that, and what it did to the boating industry, and John Kerry, speaking of yachts. I digress. Asking you this, Zach. When we see that type of pressure and we hear our President Biden, stand up and say, you're either with me and this legislation or you are with Bull Connor or Jefferson Davis. These people believe in racial supremacy.
Well, look, the only way to put that is to say it's offensive, to be honest with you. And frankly, many of the policies that are being advocated in these election bills, I think, are offensive to minority voters, somehow implying that minority voters are less able or less willing to follow common sense voter integrity measures like having a photo ID in order to cast a ballot. I find that offensive in many ways. But look, the pressure that was put on Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, I think it really unfortunately speaks to the levels that our political discourse has stooped today. The demonizing of someone's political opponents, it's really an unfortunate byproduct of the toxic environment that in many ways I think Joe Biden and many of his colleagues are responsible for in Washington. And what's really ironic about many of the statements that Joe Biden and other Democratic senators have made in recent days, if you go back and look at what they were saying about the filibuster only a few years ago, you can find instances where Dick Durbin, Chuck Schumer, and Joe Biden himself have all said how important the filibuster is to the functioning of the Senate, how important it is for our nation, how someone who votes to abolish our alternate would bear a fundamental stain on their character. And I encourage you and all of your listeners to go look at my colleague Tom Jipping's Twitter feed, where as the Democrats were debating these issues over the past several days, he simply posted their past statements that were directly contradicting what they're saying now, which I think in many ways highlights that, look, at the end of the day, this is really about raw political power, and unfortunately the Democrats attempts to seize it through whatever means necessary.
And understanding perhaps there's some strategery here to bring out their base, but is their base the woke left, or is it the middle-of-the-road Democrat, blue-collar Democrat?
Well, I can only imagine that it's going to be the woke, far radical left wing of their party. I mean, if you look, Joe Manchin, he's a Democratic senator. He's from West Virginia. If you look at the polling on many of these issues in West Virginia right now, President Biden's agenda is frankly just not very popular, and with good reason. I think many folks, whether you're black, white, Republican, Democrat, realize that many of his policies are dangerous. Many of his policies are bad for our nation. And if you look particularly at what's being proposed in the voting context, the facts on the ground just don't line up with what we've been hearing from the White House press briefing room and from other Democrats on the Hill. There was record electoral turnout in 2020. Record electoral turnout, or near electoral record turnout among many black and minority voters, even in states where many of these common sense voter integrity measures, like requiring photo ID, like encouraging folks to go to the polls and vote in person, so this myth of voter suppression is just not happening, and I think again highlights that this is really about political power, not about protecting someone's rights to vote.
As an expert, you look at the election of 2022, and I ask, final question, less than a minute left, do you have confidence in our election system?
Well, I think we're in a better place today than we were in 2000. I mean, you've seen states like Georgia, Florida, Texas, and some others implementing common sense electoral reforms. You can go to heritage.org/election scorecard to see where all 50 states plus the District of Columbia rate in how secure their elections are. Certainly there's more work to be done, but I think it's important that we highlight these issues, put pressure on our elected officials to fix them, so that at the end of the day, we can all have confidence in the safety and security and accuracy of our electoral systems.
Amen. Zach Smith of the Heritage Foundation and SEC, that's right, Florida, Ole Miss. Great things seeing Georgia and Alabama see how good and deep the SEC is good and deep. All right. Hey, Zach, thank you, man. Great to be with you.
Of course.
Take care. Larry Connors, USA, Crane Durham guest host. And on the flip side, we've got a lot of mo, as Mr. T used to say.
You can connect with Larry on Twitter at LarryConnersUSA.
Here's a great way to save money on your prescription medications. If you take Viagra or Cialis, we can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men and women to improve their sexual performance. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get nearly 100. There's no need to pay expensive prices for Viagra or Cialis. Call now with your prescription and pay as little as $2 a pill. We offer 24/7 service and always free delivery and confidential packaging. Change your life for the better and have fun. Call Pharmacy Shop 24/7 to get generic versions of Viagra or Cialis for as little as $2 a pill, plus free discreet shipping.
Call 800-247-1564. 800-247-1564. 800-247-1564. That's 800-247-1564.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-958-2156. 800-958-2156. 800-958-2156. That's 800-958-2156.
What kind of help does the IRS have for identity theft victims?
If you suspect you're a victim of tax-related identity theft, go to irs.gov/identity theft to learn how to prevent potential refund fraud and protect your tax account. At the IRS, combating tax-related identity theft is a top priority, and we are committed to prevention, detection, and assisting victims. And we're working with law enforcement to catch the criminals. For more info, go to irs.gov/identity theft to learn what the IRS is doing to help protect you.
As they say, Miller, Mo and the king of all do. And with a voice like Calic ringing out, there's no way the man can lose. You can feel it all over. You can feel it all over, baby boy. You can feel it all over.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
Yeah, it's true. I used to open my show with, and obviously this is not my show. This is Larry Connors USA. I'm Crane Durham. But I used to say, God loves you. He created you, and you're worth it. And he loves you wherever you're at. And I don't like ending things on a preposition, but nonetheless. So true. So true. Now, I am considering discussing this transgender issue next hour. And I probably will. Because you're going to hear the latest in the swimming controversy. It's gotten more cray-cray. Okay? It was enough cray-cray. Now that the cray-cray is up to 11. So we will zone in on that. We'll also talk about President Biden's poll numbers, which you know what he has to say about the polls. Wait a second. Am I ignoring another president who did this about the polls? Yeah, I am. You're right. Not consciously, but I called it out then, and I'll call it out today, whether it's Trump, whether it's Biden. But I believe he said, I don't believe the polls. And that must be nice, but what do you do with that data? Let's see. Did he really say that?
I don't believe the polls.
And I don't believe the polls. I just don't believe them. But remember, he's going to connect more with us and historians, apparently, about what's happening in America. When he throws out these stats, devices in the stats of schools opening, and you see the largest school district in a certain area not allowing for people to come back and doing online learning. And the main thing about the entire COVID discussion is the issue of trust and the demonizing of those who disagree with the policy that's coming out of the people with power. And that's what I've seen. It's really unfortunate. Shirley Atkinson has done some great work. She's not anti-vax. I'm not anti-vax by any stretch. I'm pro-freedom. I'm a believer in that. We even have radio personalities. Well, he's more than that now. Howard Stern. I saw a headline that said he wants to put the unvaccinated in camps. I don't know if I got that. I'm going to have to check. It's like a double take. Really? It's like when President Biden was speaking about the issue of financial regulation and policy and legislation, and he was speaking to a predominantly black crowd, and he said of Republicans, and specifically the Romney-Ryan ticket in 2012, they're going to put you back in chains. And I go, what? Wait a second. Now Mitt Romney is not a racist, but he was when he ran for president. So was George W. Bush. Wow, they become racist. They become these evil guys. Or gals, for that matter, when it comes to Palin. But they've always just trashed Palin. I look at the amount of coverage that Palin got. If you want to hear a wonderful interview, check out Bill O'Reilly and Terry Gross about one of his books. That was amazing. I'm just pointing out little things because I read the book Bias way back when it came out by Bernie Goldberg. And I notice same song, second verse, third verse, fourth verse, it's happening again and again and again. And that's why people are standing up, because the policies that are being advocated are hurting people and they're in direct connection to the policy. And the people who are in the elite, they are not connected to the policy. Oftentimes because they can afford security or are given that. And they're not on the border dealing with the crime. And they're not in the city or directly impacted by where illegal children are, illegal alien families are dropped off. And so when you don't have a connection, when you go to what it was at the French Laundry, as we had Gavin Newsom go to during the mask gate, COVID and the issue of COVID became about trust. And what are you going to believe? What's before you and what we've seen. So let's have an honest conversation about it. We'll be back. Larry Connors, USA, Crane Durham, sitting in.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
Coming up, Larry Connors USA on KXEN 1010, St. Louis.
This is KXEN St. Louis, operating at 1010 AM and K264CY at 100.7 FM.
We are hoping and praying that this year, 2022, will bring a historic change for life.
March for Life President Jean Mancini says she's hoping for a big ruling from the Supreme Court coming later this year. Arriving by busloads, thousands of pro-life advocates rallying in the nation's capital with a growing sense of optimism that their goal was finally in reach, a sweeping rollback of access to abortion. New Jersey Congressman Chris Smith.
We are here to say equality begins in the womb, and the injustice of abortion need not be forever.
The rally held on the anniversary of the Roe decision is taking place amid a COVID-19 surge that has limited turnout on the National Mall. Also at townhall.com, the Senate Republicans' point man on election says the GOP is poised to make major gains in the 2022 midterms and 2024. Bob Agnew has more.
Senator Rick Scott of Florida chairs the National Republican Senatorial Committee and bases much of his rosy outlook on President Biden's tumbling poll numbers.
Every month, Biden goes down, and our chances of taking the Senate go back up.
Scott says more Americans are leaning toward Republicans as they learn more about the president and his party's agenda.
I think what everybody is seeing is the Democrats have become the anti-democracy party. They have become very radical.
Senator Rick Scott of Florida was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Bob Agnew reporting.
President Biden and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida holding their first formal talks today. China and North Korea are topping that list. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 350 points, the Nasdaq off 292. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/LBox for 40% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/LBox for 40% off. legacybox.com/LBox.
Remember in the beginning, when you first started to build a life for you and your family, you never imagined it would come to this. Instead of living your dreams, you're living with debt. In fact, it's smothering you. Now there's a way you can take back control with one simple call. If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you qualify to receive a free, no-obligation consultation on how to get rid of that debt for good. Call the Debt Helpline now. We work on your behalf to reduce your debt. We specialize in credit cards, retail store cards, and medical bills. One simple call is all it takes to get the ball rolling to a debt-free life. Stop living with debt and start living your dreams. Call the Debt Helpline now.
800-958-2156. 800-958-2156. 800-958-2156. That's 800-958-2156.
You are listening to Larry Connors, USA.
I think I'm entitled. You want answers. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
You were tapped by President Biden to oversee the root causes of the migration issue at the southern border. Our colleagues in Laredo are telling us that nonprofits there are just overwhelmed and they want federal help. What plans are there to send more federal aid to these communities along the border?
Well, here's the way I see it. We've got to deal with the root causes in addition to what are the effects, right? Now, my focus has been on the root causes.
Root causes. Let's talk about the root causes. We did that with radical Islamic terrorism. Let's focus on poverty. Talking about poverty in relation to radical Islamists, Islamic supremacists blowing up and being a part of terror networks. But they also found that they were doctors and dentists. So I don't know if that really matched up. Perhaps it was the ideology and confronting that and having a discussion about it, as well as people who share and name the religion of Islam, speaking up against those who are using it as a supremacist doctrine, be they Persian, Arab, or otherwise. It's very important. Dr. Zuhdi Jasser has done some great work there. Incredible work. So that was Kamala Harris answering a question from a local newscast in Texas. And she is the border czar. Who am I? Oh, I'm Crane Durham. And this is Larry Connors USA. And it's great to be here, guest hosting. Fear not. Larry will be back. So the issue of illegal immigration and the cost of illegal immigration. We see a 40-year high, I believe. I want to check that stat, but I believe that's what we have. There was a wonderful article written by Mark Thiessen, and it was in the Washington Post, I think, today. Nonetheless, I wanted to talk about, I'm sounding like Biden, oh my gosh, it's freaking me out. Talking about the consequences of illegal immigration, and really the cause of it is when you say you're going to open up your border, people will come. You are encouraging coyotes, reference made to those who are going and taking children up and from the Central American Northern Triangle and allowing them, taking them and putting them into basic slavery. They're owned. So much so they want to be in America so much that they're willing to take amazing risks. But what makes America great is our rule of law. So there's a problem there. We've got to enforce our law. One way we can do that is send the signal that you will not be allowed in this country illegally, and if found, you will have to go through the process. But you'll be out. And why do we do that? We do that because if we don't, it undermines the whole system, and it does not incentivize those to come up and risk their lives or their families' lives for that. Just perfectly awful. And it's just basic common sense. I mean, these are not hard answers. What about the people that, through no fault of their own, children came over? I think there are always opportunities to work on specific problems related to that. But what I saw with the legislation, I believe it was 86 Reagan, unless you come down and specifically just first and foremost start enforcing our laws, you're just going to increase it. So, illegal immigration, root causes. Very nice. She cited some other things in her answer. I looked at the whole interview. I got the clip off of Newsmax. Or, excuse me, CNS News. Crane Durham, sitting in for Larry Connors, Larry Connors Show.
Wellington Environmental specializes in making your world safer, especially for our children. A national chain of daycare centers that opened a facility in Washington, D.C. But soon, toxic vapors were discovered leaking from the ground. Wellington Environmental responded and put in a vapor seal, so the children were no longer in any danger. Now, in another case, a child was playing with a toy in his basement. And like kids will sometimes do, he was putting the toy into his mouth. He got sick enough to be taken to the hospital. And what had happened? Wellington engineers and a chemist found traces of rat poison. So Wellington professionally cleaned up the danger. Wellington Environmental, 314-644-4930, 644-4930. Be well with Wellington Environmental.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-887-1097. 800-887-1097. 800-887-1097. That's 800-887-1097.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, when disaster erupts, when disease rages, when communities collapse under crisis, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. We go where conditions are the worst because that's where we're needed most. In nearly 70 countries, we're saving lives threatened by violence, disease, malnutrition, and catastrophic events. Donors are vital to our mission. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
I want to thank my friends at John Bill Roofing for sponsoring this segment of Larry Connors USA. John Bill Roofing, covering homes, businesses throughout the Midwest with the best quality, lowest price. John Bill Roofing. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF. 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
You can text Larry right now at Larry Connors USA Facebook. Larry Connors USA Facebook.
Change, 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 change.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
Welcome back to Larry Connors USA. Crane Durham sitting in for Larry Connors. Thank you, Larry. Always a pleasure and privilege and honor to be here. We've got some more for you. What do you mean more, Crane? What do you have? Well, I've got a little history when it comes to our tax law. Boring. No. It's not like that. I'm not going to read tax law. Not going to do that. I'm going to speak generally about tax cuts. Still a little boring, perhaps. But the point of this is not the data in the sense of going over numbers after numbers, because we've seen what happens when you do that. You actually increase revenue, and we've seen that. Wait a second, you lowered the tax and increased revenue? Well, just think of the capital gains tax under Bill Clinton, and ask Charlie Gibson what he asked one then candidate, Barack Obama. He goes, why would you, knowing that you've increased the revenue by lowering the tax, why would you then increase it and get less? And he didn't have an answer other than fairness. Then you think of fairness, and you're like, fairness, so you're the arbiter of fairness. You're the judge. I didn't realize the president was. I thought we had laws. I thought we had pieces of legislation that were debated. I thought the umpire was the Supreme Court. And however troubled our process is, or at times not yielding throughout history, not yielding the result where we are truly equal under law, it's the best process going today. That's why we have people wanting to come into this country. And I understand that completely. I don't understand the balkanization, though, because there's a reason they're leaving their country to become Americans. And that doesn't mean you don't celebrate your culture. Absolutely not. Again, a friend of mine, Bruce Thornton, his best friend is Victor Davis Hanson, and they're both professors. I used to have them on a lot because these are the things people need to know about our history. And when you have somebody who is a scholar and can detail it, wow, it's great stuff. I never understood how history could be boring in the way of disconnecting it. You disconnect history from the condition of being human and understanding that it's just not words on a page, but actual events. You can feel history. I'm not. I actually think that is a pretty good thing. But when you rewrite history and you take out context, then you've gone off the deep end. You need to dial it back. Because if you're running a curriculum and kids are learning from you and they're learning America is just a system of oppression of the oppressed, one group over another, that's just flat out wrong. And when I hear those on the left who were advocating for these policies or still do in the curriculum, they say, well, you want to ban those. They can discuss the issue. But I don't want them taught that. I don't want them to say this is the right answer, because it's not. And you can prove that. So it's pretty amazing to me that oftentimes people like me who encourage debate, want people to have debate, believe in debate, are accused of wanting to, in essence, program kids, indoctrinate kids with ideas that are harmful. Meaning, well, we can't say there was bad times in America. We can't say that we struggled with the issue of living up to the promissory note that Martin Luther King spoke of in his I Have a Dream speech. No, I think we do discuss that. We discuss it in the framework of history. We discuss it. We can go to the world history. We can look at the issue, look how wrong it is and was, and how brutal and disgusting it was. Yes, it took us a lot. Women voting, women suffrage. Think about that. In discussing those issues and recognizing that it took the time doesn't mean you get to take the context out of it. And you must also consider, you must be practical in the sense of saying, wait a second. This is history. This is what has happened. Where are we today? And if we go back and embrace a system or embrace a system by lying about today's present-day system, exaggerating it, and casting certain people into a historically oppressive system in the sense of not living up to our Declaration, right? If we go back and say it's the Jim Crow South, you are doing a disservice to those who suffered under Jim Crow, which we all did as a nation in the sense that it was in America and the American South. My point is, we all took a hit there. It's awful that it took place, but we also must understand that we confronted it. We did our dirty laundry in public, thank heavens, and the basis of the civil rights movement was understanding who we are in the promise of our Declaration and what was and needed to be codified in our Constitution. And so we look at that and we say, okay, we can digest that. But to put that on a generation of people today, what's the problem with that? It's just not true. And it's making victims out of people and them buying into something that simply is not true. It's similar to the entire police race. What is it? Again, I mentioned it yesterday. Hands up, don't loot. Now, I don't want people to loot. Oh, shoot, that's right. Yes, I got to get that right because I saw a lot of looting, but shooting. I actually saw, yeah. So, complete lie. And that's what this movement is based on. And you start applying context and you look at this, and yes, there are actions that we all disagree with. How many people sat there and said, George Floyd, yeah, I'd support that? Not one. America was unified. Then why did we have the riots? Why was that? Oh, we got to let off steam now. We were all outraged, and we looked at the system and went through the system, and the system answered. So now you want to take a statistically non-existent, in the sense of the dramatic times of contact between law enforcement officers and people of a certain race, or the racial breakdown of that, and incidents of malfeasance. And I don't mean to undercut it by saying malfeasance. I mean to say where you have something wrong here and you realize, wow, yeah, the police are an institution that are enforcing laws on behavior and not race. But if you racialize it and act like they're hunting people of a certain race, and you don't have the statistics to back it up, what do? I mean, if you don't have the truth, what do? You distort it. You come back, you prey on our worst instincts, and you ask people to buy into it, and you ask people to buy into a lie. Pretty sick, because I want people to live up to what their God-given abilities that they've taken, their gifts, and refined them and studied and use those gifts to serve others and do good. Go the other way, we go victims. But the point is, it's a lie. It's a lie when it comes to the policies, or excuse me, it's bad when it comes to policies that are based on lies, and it's a lie when the policies end up, or excuse me, it's a lie when people buy in to a particular ideology that is based on falsehoods or lack of context. If you don't apply context, you get conned by the text. My pastor, David Crank, says that. I call him my pastor. I watch him a lot, and he is my pastor. I got to say, yeah, that's true. But you don't want to be conned by the text. What you want to do is you want the truth. And getting to that, we have a clip from one Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan, then representative and vice presidential candidate, in a debate with our president, it's cut number 12, when he cites history. And this was during their vice presidential debate in 2012. where Biden acted like a total jerk. And that's not because I disagree with him. It's because he acted like a jerk. That said, roll it.
You can cut tax rates by 20% and still preserve these important preferences for middle-class taxpayers.
Not mathematically possible.
It is mathematically possible. It's been done before. It's precisely what we're proposing.
It has never been done before.
It's been done a couple of times, actually.
It has never been
Jack
done
Kennedy
before.
lowered tax rates, increased growth. Ronald Reagan.
Now you're Jack Kennedy.
Ronald Reagan. I know,
no, this is
Mr. Vice
time,
President, I know you're under a lot of duress to make up for lost ground. But I think people will be better served if we don't keep interrupting each other.
Well, don't take all the 4 minutes then.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He throws out like the squirrel. Look at the squirrel. Now you're Jack Kennedy. No, he's citing the fact that Democrats, and what would Jack Kennedy be today? That's a question for you. But Democrats and Republicans have cut taxes. And we can go through with Kennedy. We can go through Reagan. We can, he raised taxes. Bush, H.W. lowered them. But that was after there were cuts in the capital gains that I referenced earlier in this segment from Bill Clinton because he wanted to be reelected, which gives me hope. If Bill Clinton can do a co-opting of a particular agenda, perhaps President Biden can. But I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because he's stubborn, and there's something about the way he delivers the information today that tells me he's not going to apologize for Afghanistan. And we know now that he knew that pulling out in the way that he did would be an absolute disaster and continues to be. I mean, how do you not recognize that? How do you not apologize for that? And that has led to a whole lot of bad behavior by belligerents in the world, from China to North Korea to Russia. So you get the connection here. I'm not pulling conspiracy theory here. It's real easy. But what we saw there was history being cited and Vice President Biden at the time trying to deflect. I'm wondering, I'm remembering Dodgeball. Dip, dodge, what is it? Wonderful movie. I love it. We can't laugh anymore. Can't laugh at movies. Seinfeld, wonderful. Wouldn't be around with woke. Would not. Dave Chappelle, being perhaps one of the funniest men, and certainly in my lifetime, and being protested with by transgender community activists saying because he recognizes that sex is binary. That's just a fact. But they want to silence him, which gets to the overall point. Speaking the truth. Crane Durham, sitting in for Larry Connors Show, Larry Connors USA.
I have a new sponsor just in time that could save you a lot of trouble, maybe pain. K-Guard leaf-free gutter system. Leaves get in your gutter, rain comes, ice, you have a major costly issue. Contact my new sponsor for a free estimate. K-Guard Midwest, locally owned. So you're supporting your neighbors and this program. KGuardMidwest.com. KGuardMidwest.com.
Work, school, grocery shopping, doctor's appointments, the gym, to the airport to pick up loved ones, to the kids' soccer games, piano lessons, out for movie night, to hear your favorite band in the city, over to Grandma and Grandpa's house, and on last year's amazing road trip. Your vehicle takes you so many places. Protect it. When you leave your vehicle, remember to always take your keys or key fob with you and lock the doors. If you suspect auto theft, contact the National Insurance Crime Bureau at 1-800-TEL-NICB. That's 1-800-TEL-NICB, or visit our website at www.nicb.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Hi, I'm Brooke Shields. I've had a lot of different jobs, from actress to author to clothing designer. But there's one that's more important than all the others: being a mom. It's the most difficult and rewarding job I've ever had. It's also a big responsibility. I'm teaching my daughters to be strong and independent so they can successfully navigate their own life journey. And I'm protecting their future by having life insurance. Just like my mom, I'd give the world to protect my children. I got life insurance before I was married because I knew I wanted children someday. This isn't anything I was taught growing up. It's a lesson I learned on my own and want to share with you. Getting life insurance might feel scary or like it's something other people do, but once you get it, it's done. And it's something most people can afford. Protecting my family financially means everything to me. That's why I have life insurance, and you should too. Learn more at lifehappens.org.
A public service message from the nonprofit Life Happens.
Hi, I'm Ice-T. As a veteran, I know that for many former servicemen and women, the battle doesn't always end when they come home. Every day, 184 veterans are diagnosed with post-traumatic stress, and sadly, 20 take their own lives. When nothing else helps, professionally trained service dogs can. American Humane, serving the U.S. military for over 100 years, rescues animals in need of forever homes and trains them to become free, life-saving service dogs for our nation's veterans. If you're a veteran or know a veteran struggling with post-traumatic stress or traumatic brain injury, please go to AmericanHumane.org to learn about their Pups for Patriots program. Let's give our veterans a fighting chance.
KXEN St. Louis.
You can text Larry right now at Larry Connors USA Facebook. Larry Connors USA Facebook.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
So let's go back to last year. Candidate Joe Biden ran for office promising that he would unify the country. That's why the man was elected, because he said that the crap we went through the last 4 years was wrong. He said he was going to try to unify the country. But now he's decided to surrender to a tiny little far-left group in the mistaken belief that the loudest voices on Twitter actually represent America. It'd be useful for us to pause and recognize the overwhelming majority of all political tweets in America come from less than 1% of Americans. Let's just say that again, because there are a bunch of morons around this building who've decided to take their Twitter feed as reality.
That is Senator Ben Sasse, and I am a huge, if you look at my Twitter, at nothingbuttruth.com, you will see that I'm a big fan of this man. And Jonah Goldberg, for that matter. There's so many people out there who really just do an outstanding job with their analysis. And even when I don't agree, I appreciate their perspective. Victor Davis Hanson, as I mentioned, Bruce Thornton last segment, you mentioned all these names, Crane. Who are you? I'm Crane Durham. If you just joined us, I am sitting in for Larry Connors, Larry Connors USA. You need to check things out. I put it at nothingbuttruth.com. If you want to tweet me or you want the information, you can get the links to Larry. And we'll hear more about those links in the break. But as always, the time goes by so quickly because I'm having so much fun. Mike, my producer, who I haven't seen in over 20 years. Yeah, It's been a long time, and I love working with you, man. You do such a good job, and you put everybody at ease, and you make it happen. I dig that. You know who else makes it happen? Greg Gutfeld. I mean, yeah, you're thinking, are you in his fan club, Crane? No, I'm the president of his fan club. No, I'm not in his fan club. I just like the fact that he's kicking tail late night and providing some context and perspective that he does. Here he is weighing in on what we discussed earlier, which was Virginia's largest school district is on the defensive after it was caught forcing children to participate in a game of privilege bingo that singled out kids for characteristics involving their race and family life. Roll it.
What you're seeing is an insidious transfer of power. The same people that demand removal, say, of the Pledge of Allegiance, embraces this kind of progressive propaganda as a replacement. So in that framing, you see that they don't want children paying respect to the country. They want the children to pay respect to an ideology that sees the country as systemically racist and corrupt. That's the path towards revolution. It's no longer class warfare, it's race warfare, and it's a complete switch from this is what scares me most about this. What does it do to the brain of children when you switch from gratitude to hate?
Right.
And that's all you have, gratitude to hate. You are not going to be an achiever. You're going to be working with an angry filter your entire life. You're always going to say, it's their fault, not mine. You're not going to wake up in the morning and go, I want to try. I want to achieve. I want to kick some butt. You're going to be, it's their fault. It's their fault. Let's get stoned.
Let's speak to the spirit that he was speaking to in the way of the former, not the latter, of being stoned. We have a wonderful clip. If you're looking to be inspired today, I've got something for you. Yeah, it's true. And if you've been here for the last 90 minutes, I assume you are inspired because you're seeing things that are going on, but you're also hearing the other side of the story, the rest of the story. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. And that's what we are going to focus in on the flip side. We're going to take a classic. You're going to hear an all-time classic.
You can email Larry at LarryConnersUSA@gmail.com. LarryConnersUSA@gmail.com.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. With private insurance, Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you test your blood sugar 4 or more times a day and inject insulin 3 or more times a day, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copays and deductibles, a continuous glucose monitor, providing blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks, and alert you in real time to potential spikes with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare is a leading U.S. provider of continuous glucose monitors. We carry most major brands and will work with your insurance to get your benefits approved. So if you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now and see if you qualify.
800-914-4034. 800-914-4034. 800-914-4034. That's 800-914-4034.
Come on. You watch the news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you with the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do, and you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-649-8617. 800-649-8617. 800-649-8617. That's 800-649-8617.
At Interstate 44 in Hampton, you can find new business and opportunity where there had been nothing. That all changed when Jay Ackerman had a vision. He built the new Ackerman Toyota dealership on one corner. Now other businesses getting involved. Ackerman Toyota at Hampton, just north of Interstate 44. Ackerman Toyota, for life.
You can text Larry right now at LarryConnersUSA Facebook. LarryConnersUSA Facebook.
All my friends know the low rider. The low rider is a little higher.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
Welcome back. Larry Connors USA. Crane Durham sitting in. I'm just getting warmed up. That's how I feel. Larry, thank you. Honored, privileged, and otherwise. Very good. Mike, thank you. And King Joe Garcia, another man I haven't seen in a long time. And over the last 6 months, I've seen again, and hadn't seen him for 20 years. Amazing, because I started here. Little story there. I started here. I went to other stations. It was a real blessing to work here. Went on Donnybrook, did all that, got nationally syndicated, and had the privilege of working with some really, really great folks. And I'm grateful for that opportunity. Not for a moment do I sit back and have this idea of entitlement. It is a blessing. And I haven't changed. Some of you might not like that. Some of you will say, why not? Because I can't change the principles that are the foundation of what you believe. You can refine them, I guess, because you learn more. Can you change your mind about a policy? Yeah, you can, with more information coming in, but no, pretty much, I'm Crane. This is who I am. And that's okay. Thank you very much. Are you going to Stuart Smalley me right now? Is that what's happening? No, don't worry. I'm going to Tony Robbins you. That's right. Tony Robbins. Rock on, my friend. I got to tell you, somebody who inspires me, and this is actually, guys, this is actually one of the things I did to court my wife. It's true. Nerd alert. Rolling, run long. So white and nerdy. Look at me. I'm white and nerdy. So I would play these clips, and she is a leader, and she held office when she was in school, and a number of things that she did. And I got to tell you, many folks would say, why would you do this? And I said, this is me. Okay? Because why would you not do something that is a big part of you? Ronald Reagan is a big part of me. I grew up in the Reagan Revolution. And in 1981, Ronald Reagan spoke to the innovative spirit. Now, you contrast this with the way President Obama or President Biden has spoken about the spirit of America, and tell me what you think. But more importantly, listen to what he has to say.
By lowering everyone's tax rates all the way up the income scale, each of us will have a greater incentive to climb higher, to excel, to help America grow. The power of these incentives would send one simple, straightforward message to an entire nation. America, go for it. To young Americans wondering tonight, where will I go? What will I do with my future? I have a suggestion. Why not set out with your friends on the path of adventure and try to start up your own business? Follow in the footsteps of those two college students who launched one of America's great computer firms from the garage behind their house. You too can help us unlock the doors to a golden future. You too can become leaders in this great new era of progress, the age of the entrepreneur.
The spirit is alive. We're one generation away from losing our freedoms. I'm paraphrasing Ronald Reagan there. But understanding that the American spirit is alive, it is when the American spirit confronts a system that is antithetical to what it is based on. I mean, you look at what we're based on in the Declaration and understanding that, and you look how it manifests its way in the Constitution, and you see it over time. And that's what I call progress. And make no apologies about how difficult or awful a time was. But here he's speaking to the spirit of America. People come here from all over the world, and they become Americans. That's beautiful, man. I can't go over to Germany and become German. Because it's not based on that. And our system, as Ric Flair would say of the Four Horsemen, is the best thing going today. And understanding that. So why would you adopt a policy or talking point that undermines that very system and base it on lies and hate? Why would you do that? Well, this question is not so much why. This is just the overall discrediting of those and not past elections, but the election of 2022 by our current president. And that would be cut number 5, my friend, as we go. But listen to this, because this is our president.
Do you still believe the upcoming election will be fairly conducted and its results will be legitimate?
Well, it all depends on whether or not we're able to make the case to the American people that some of this is being set up to try to alter the outcome of the election. And it's one thing, look, maybe I'm just being too much of an optimist. Remember how we thought not that many people were going to show up to vote in the middle of a pandemic? We had the highest voter turnout in the history of the United States of America. Well, I think if, in fact, no matter how hard they make it for minorities to vote, I think you're going to see them.
To hear more of this and the continuation of this exchange, this was actually the follow-up question, I believe, in Wednesday's press conference, and it's cut number 6. Roll it.
It's not just in South Carolina. Our NBC News poll shows black support for President Biden has dropped 19 points since April. Now it's down to 64%. What do you say to these black voters who say that you do not have their backs, as you promised on the campaign trail?
I've had their back my entire career. I've never not had
their back. Yes, President Biden answering that particular question. And why is that important? Why would it be part of this segment? Because it is part of this segment. It's the idea of the results, and people are seeing what a system has done, and they're seeing the fruits of that system, and it's bad fruit. It's awful. They are recognizing that they have a system where they are being, in essence, held under the soft bigotry of low expectations. And as I said in the beginning, we all just want to be Americans. And so that's a huge part of that. So you see declining support. You see, over time, people do have a reaction to the policies. And so when we have debates over these issues and expose the truth, there is hope. I don't think we'd be here if we didn't think that. But keep in mind what Ben Sass said about the Twitter sphere, and how little that is of America. It's an act of Active 1.5%, as he read, very active. And at times, well, Twitter can be used for very good, and it can be used for things that are very bad. It's a medium, but it's a controlled medium, and it's a medium that censors, and that censorship tilts left. Really? Because that's an understatement. Tilts left, Crane? You mean leans left? Yeah, you get it. But the point is, you have the President of the United States knowing that they're going to get a shellacking in the this year's election, and he is sitting there discrediting the election, something he criticized rightfully so in the sense of criticizing somebody trying to discredit an election and our system with the past, whether it was President Trump or we go back further with the selected president of George W. Bush and, what happened in Ohio in 2004. It's just, now we've got to look at the truth, and we do, and we examine those, and that's responsible, and there were irregularities. I get all that, and we need a system that makes sure that one person, one vote, and that way, verification, etc. But why would you push an agenda that undermines our very system of governance? Crane Durham, Larry Connors, USA.
You can hear podcast of this program at Larry Connors USA Facebook. Larry Connors USA Facebook.
Hey, Bugsy, you hear the news about Vinny?
Yeah, it's a real shame. He owed money to the IRS, and they finally cut up with him.
Just like Al Capone.
If the IRS can get to Capone, imagine what they can do to little old Vinny, huh?
Poor cat, he was on top of the world. Then bada boom, bada bing.
What Vinny needs now is an offer he can't refuse.
Hey, you got a tax problem? Does the IRS claim you owe them a bunch of dough? They can get you too. So call the tax relief line now and learn if you qualify to negotiate your $10,000 plus IRS tax debt for up to a 75% savings. Don't be like Al or Vinny and get busted. Make this free call now. Learn how you may be able to pay the IRS less.
Call now. 800-910-8236. 800-910-8236. 800-910-8236. That's 800-910-8236.
Are you suffering from too much house? Is your house too big for your current needs and you want to simplify your life? If you want to sell your house and downsize, or if you've inherited a property you don't need, then call my friends at the Home Buying Network today for a fast cash offer. We've helped hundreds of people just like you who want to sell a house and downsize fast. With no real estate commissions, fees, or other normal house selling hassles, we make selling your house easy. We don't list your house, we buy it for fast cash. In most cases, our specialists can buy your house in just a few days or when you want. Make this free call now to downsize your house and get a fast cash offer.
Paid for by the Sierra Group. Call 800-918-7193. 800-918-7193. 800-918-7193. That's 800-918-7193.
Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Oh, Susie Q. Baby, I love you. Susie Q. Like the way you walk. I like the way.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
So I'm curious if he will continue to say that those 2022 elections will be illegitimate.
Well, first, I've talked to the president a lot about this, and he absolutely is not predicting that the 2022 elections would be illegitimate. People's rights.
He mentioned the minority vote. I mean, he was pretty brash about it. And you're right. We had the largest turnout we've seen on a percentage basis in 120 years. And states are changing their own laws as we speak. Joe Biden's lived in Delaware for 70 years, and they're going to have early voting for the first time this coming November in 22.
And, Bill, it should be a baseline. Everybody should have access to early voting.
I'm not saying it's going to be legit.
I mean, he's not saying that it's going to be legitimate. That's pretty clear.
Well, here's what his intention was, Jake, and what his intention was not. He was not trying to predict that the 2022 elections would not be legitimate. Quite the opposite.
I mean, isn't the correct answer, if this isn't passed, you believe the upcoming election will be fairly conducted and legitimate? Isn't the correct answer, yes, it will be fairly conducted and legitimate?
Jake Taparoo. I've always liked him. At times, it lets me down. But there, he did not. That's right. You heard Dana Perino, Bill Hemmer, and then Jake Tapper. Wait a second. They're on different. Yeah, I know. We got Fox News, then we got CNN. Every now and then, a broken clock is right twice a day. So just know that. It can work. But as for people and journalists, I like Tapper. So what did we get to today? What did we talk about? I mean, we still have the swimming issue where a dude was swimming against women, and that now there's more to that, but it would take a little too much time at this juncture to get into. And then I was talking about earlier in the segment, I was talking about my wife and courting her. And do they still use that expression? Or am I going to go to the cobbler after this for my shoes or something like that? I very well could, Mike. And Mike, our producer here for Larry Connors USA, has been a pleasure, privilege. Thank you very much. Great job. And what we were talking about was Ronald Reagan and the promise he spoke to. But you have to understand, I take it back to Reagan because what the Soviet Union at the time of the Cold War wanted to do was undermine our system, and they knew they couldn't beat us. They know they can't beat us on the outside and with the system fair comparison. So what they did to undermine it was for us to lose faith in our system. And so we had that with Hillary Clinton in 2016. She did more damage than so many in the Soviet Union had done over the years. I believe we had Ted Kennedy when he was running. I'm not sure. He was primarying Carter, I believe. Okay, so you have this. You have a trend here of undermining our system. Now, you have to understand that is what they believe. When it comes to the military and when we engage in military conflict, it is so often getting people within this country to abandon the fight before we finish the fight. However you feel, that is the strategy of our opponents, or has been one of the strategies, certainly, of our opponents. So it tells me it's pretty important what we discuss, what we talk about, if our enemies are queuing into it. And the most important thing is to recognize that when we discuss these issues, we better be talking about fact. And when we see projection or things taken out of context, we call them out for that. You could always say, when you mention somebody like the Kennedy tax cuts that were successful and you don't have an answer for it, you call the person you think you're Jack Kennedy. I mean, it's just stupid. Stuck on stupid. And I think we all can recognize that. But what if you know that you don't have the right answer? And you have to push an agenda that is a failed agenda. I don't know their hearts. I pray that there are not many of those or at all. But if they are sincere, then perhaps we can have that discussion. And remember this, for all the trouble of telling the truth about history has been, principles don't change. They don't have an expiration date. And so when you understand those, and you understand the foundation that allowed for the fruit of the United States to grow, we certainly will know our system by the fruit and how it's set up. And right now, even with the challenges we have, we've got the greatest system going. So with that, I wanted to say, yeah, I don't hear it enough how great this country is. I really don't. I don't hear it enough about people in this country. I don't hear it enough about people who've produced and created businesses. I happen to work for a guy who owns a club. I teach tennis. Family business is awesome. Well, what's even more awesome than all the things I spoke to is my wife. And I must tell you that it is her birthday today. And so, happy birthday, my love. Hey, live with honor in your life, compassion in your heart, and always keep the faith. I'm Crane Durham. This is Larry Connors USA. Thank you.
This is Larry Connors USA. Larry Connors USA.
AXEN, St. Louis.
The professionals can help you create a well-thought-out strategy using a variety of investment and insurance products and services designed to help you address your financial needs and concerns. And listen to their very own radio program, Money Matters Made Simple, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Hosted by Michael Lamarche, President, and Vincent Tizano, Financial Advisor. Lamarche & Associates. For more information, FocusedFutures.com. For Provides Insurance Services, investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC, AEWM.
Real Talk 93.3. KRTK Herman, KVMO Vandalia. The voice of freedom.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. A federal judge blocks President Biden's mask mandate for government employees. Bernie Bennett reports.
A U.S. judge in Texas has issued a nationwide injunction barring the federal government from enforcing President Biden's requirement that federal workers without qualifying medical or religious exemptions be vaccinated for COVID-19. Judge Jeffrey Brown ruled that opponents of President Biden's vaccination mandate for federal employees were likely to succeed at trial and block the government from enforcing the requirement. Brown was appointed to the District Court for the Southern District of Texas by then-President Donald Trump. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
The Justice Department says it will appeal the judge's ruling. Also at townhall.com, today's largest abortion protest in the nation. Could be the last under Roe versus Wade.
Roe is not settled law.
March for Life President Jeannie Mancini.
We are hoping and praying that their 2022 will bring a historic change for life.
The rally took place after the Supreme Court indicated it will allow states to impose tighter restrictions on abortion with a ruling in the coming months, and it may possibly overturn the landmark 1973 Roe versus Wade ruling that affirmed the constitutional right to an abortion. I'm Shelley Adler.
Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says it was a mistake for President Biden this week to suggest some version of a Russian invasion into Ukraine might be viewed by the U.S. as only a minor incursion.
We have this commitment. We've told the Ukrainians we'll do the things we can to do to defend them, and to say, well, there are minor incursions and we may not be able to get this done is truly concerning.
Pompeo interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Another losing day on Wall Street. The Dow off 449 points. The NASDAQ down 385. More at townhall.com.
Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful in lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question. Pete and Seth Talbot, the father and son founders of Relief Factor, tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor selected the 4 best ingredients, 100% drug-free ingredients that each help your body deal with inflammation. Order the 3-week quick start now. Discount it to only $19.95 to see if it will work for you too. Call 800-500-8384. ReliefFactor.com.
Cultural Marxism is spreading like wildfire in America. But did you know that this so-called woke ideology is also flooding into the church?
Reparations fits into the scope of the gospel.
Watch the documentary How the Left is Stealing Your Church and discover how the ideology behind critical race theory and the LGBT agenda is being smuggled into the evangelical world. Stream it now for $9.99 or get the DVD for $12.99. Go to salemnow.com or look for the Salem Now app.
When coffee's just not enough, get your motor running weekday mornings with Amped in the AM. Tabitha Hassel.
I own a security company, anti-piracy.
Steve Belko.
I'm a former history professor.
And producer Dan. The perfect blend of what's going on in the world locally and a little fun to balance it out.
Tabitha and I are in the front lines for the American people.
Weekday mornings from 6 till 9.
Amped in the AM.
On the Real Talk Radio Network.
One American News has done a great job, and here's the story. What just happened, the woke executives, I don't know what the hell they're doing, AT&T saying that they may no longer agree to carry this network that's doing very well. You know why? Because people told them not to do it.
Don't allow woke executives to shut down OAN. Let your voices be heard. Reach out by phone, email, and social media to AT&T and DirecTV and demand that OAN remains on your channel lineup. Call AT&T and DirecTV today.
Hey, everybody, it's Dr. Eric Naputi. I hope you're having an amazing day today. Hey, let me ask you a question. Are you thinking about fleeing St. Louis County because of all the craziness of the tyrant of Sam Page, or are you thinking about making a move? Well, if so, I want you to support us here at Real Talk, and I want you to call our owners, Rick and Tracy Ellis, by the way, who have been in real estate for over 25 years and have sold over $300 million in real estate. Listen, you can call them directly at 636-229-3702 or visit TracyEllis.com.
Rudy Giuliani's coming.
Real Talk Radio Network plays a very, very big role in making sure the American people get to know what they need to know, and we're very, very proud to be a part of it. We try to cover the things that are covered up, whether it's about COVID or about Afghanistan or about Biden's incapacity or about the inflation or about what I call the express train to socialism, which Biden has us on.
The Rudy Giuliani Show, weeknight 7 to 8 p.m. starting January 31st on the Real Talk Radio Network. If you like the truth Dr. Eric Naputi is sharing, then you're going to love the Real Talk Radio Network. With hosts all day long like Eric Naputi, they all share the truth.
You want answers?
They all have unique connections to get you tomorrow's news today. And they're all passionate and can give you the information and inspiration to be a great freedom fighter. Joe Hoft with the Gateway Pundit, Dan Bongino, Patel Patriot, Ann Vanderstill, Professor Toto, Javon Hutton Pulitzer, and many more. Each and every one with their own unique style, but the common bond of bringing you the absolute truth.
You want answers? I want the truth!
It's free with content updated daily, live or on demand. To get the Real Talk app, go to the App Store on Apple devices and in the Google Play Store for Android devices. Search for Real Talk 93.3 and look for our logo with a bald eagle with its wings spread that look like an American flag, just like Dr. Naputi, the Real Talk Radio Network delivers.
The truth!
The views and opinions of the following program are not necessarily those of the Real Talk Radio Network. Portions may be pre-recorded.
Ryan served 10 years active duty as Navy Corpsman, mostly alongside Marines. He served 12 years in the Missouri Legislature, where he served as Senate Majority Whip, and he's been a freedom fighter for almost 3 decades. Welcome to the home of the resistance. Are you ready to go where no other radio show goes? Then step boldly into the Patriot Enclave with Brian Nieves. And now, here's Brian.
All right, here we go, folks. It is Friday, and you know what that means. It means it's Free Fall Friday, which means you enter into the Patriot Enclave at your own risk. But don't half-step it. Don't delay. Step all the way in. Because I'm telling you, we got a fun show lined up for you today. I'll be telling you who's in with me in just a minute. But first of all, let me just remind you that it's a great day to be in the Patriot Enclave with Brian Nieves. Let me tell you who's in the studio with me today. I've got retired senator and my old friend Scott Roop with us. I've got Kevin Derby from Generations Marketplace and Victor Nieves from The Victor Nieves Show. You can be a part of the show as well by just calling 636-224-6300. I'm looking at the guys in the studio, and we're already making faces at each other. I'm telling you, this could be a dangerous Free Fall Friday because it's already fallen. But anyway, the number is 636-224-6300 or 6330. And then, of course, in the app, we just always love to hear from you in the app, and it gives you an opportunity to be able to interact with each other as well. So get on the app. You know what you're supposed to do right off the bat, right at 4 o'clock, even before I ask you to or remind you to. You know what you're supposed to be doing. So let's see who the Patriot Enclave veterans are so that you start doing it without me even telling you what it is. All right, let's get into today's show. The first thing I want to do is I just want to do a bit of truth to fight the lies. And the truth that I want to share with you today, or the lie that I want to combat, is the lie that says child sex trafficking only happens in big cities. And you'll remember earlier in the week I had a great guest in with me. Her name was Lori, I guess her name probably still is Lori. But anyway, so she's with Operation Underground Railroad. And so here's the deal. You know, it happens almost everywhere. From our biggest cities to our most rural areas, children are groomed, abused, molested, and trafficked. And much of it happens right in front of our noses. So this idea that child sex trafficking really only happens in big cities or in other countries or all that kind of stuff, I'm just telling you, it's not true. And when you and I put our heads in the sand, and notice I said you and I, because I'm just going to admit to you, at the age of 56, I look back on my life and I realize there are probably big segments of time where I didn't give this any thought. I just assumed it doesn't happen anywhere in the area where I live. I just assumed that it didn't happen in my backyard, when in fact it does. It happens everywhere, and oftentimes it happens right under our noses. So I wanted to remind you that Operation Underground Railroad has a local chapter, and it's a great place to get educated and maybe even get involved. And I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that Operation Underground Railroad is doing a private screening of the movie called It's Happening Right Here. What a great name for a movie that is set to educate us about the fact that it really does happen everywhere. So the name of the movie is It's Happening Right Here. And the movie is going to be done, the private screening is going to be done right here in the St. Louis area. It's this Saturday, which, by the way, is tomorrow. That'll be January 22nd at B&B Theaters in Wentzville, Missouri. The movie's going to show from 6 to 8. And so you'll want to get there a bit early and make sure that you get a good seat, etc. So please attend that. It's tomorrow, and our friend Lori will be there to direct you to the right place. So just go early, look for people wearing Operation Underground T-shirts, look for the signs, etc., and get to the right place, because this is a subject that I think really everybody, myself included, needs more education on. Let me just review that with you one more time. Tomorrow, January 22nd, B&B Theaters in Wentzville, Missouri, from 6 to 8. Get there early. Look for the signs for Operation Underground. There will be volunteers there. They will have T-shirts on, et cetera, But get there, get educated on this subject, and who knows, maybe you'll want to be a part of what they're doing with Operation Underground.
Hey, Brian, I just saw an article just a couple days ago. This is Scott Root, by the way. It talked about...
Oh, thanks for telling me.
I didn't know. Well, you were looking around the room like, whose voice is that? I mean, it's been a while since we've talked, and you're like, holy cow. Holy cow, I haven't seen him in years.
Who is that bearded man?
But there's an article that just read the other day, and it was talking about how much of this is happening in Missouri. And it is not in the big cities. It, Springfield, Branson, some of the more rural areas, because of the number of highways and the massive intersections of highways, and how that is really a lot of places where it's happening. So this is such a timely event because of the stuff that really is hitting home in Missouri, because we are the crossroads of the nation with a lot of the highways. So super important.
Man.
Glad you brought it up.
Yeah, I actually hadn't even thought of that. Interstate 70, Interstate 40 far. Yeah, I mean,
down
we
there
really
in Washington.
do. Yeah, it goes right by Washington.
Here we go.
But we really do. I mean, Missouri, fortunately, and in this particular subject matter, unfortunately, Missouri really does have a lot of, a lot of avenues by which people could take advantage. Yeah, it's just what a horrible subject. But I'll tell you, it's one of those subjects. I think a lot of times what happens is that because it's such a terrible subject, that people don't want to talk about it. People kind of want to almost have that ostrich thing and just stick our head in the sand and say, well, maybe if we don't pay attention to it, maybe if we don't acknowledge it, maybe it won't be real. But the fact is, it's real, and it's happening, and it happens in ways and in areas where we probably didn't think it would. All right, let's jump right into our daily reminders. And, folks, your daily reminders today are brought to you by Langendorf Supply Company. I'll be talking more about them as we go through the show, but please make Langendorf Supply Company just an everyday word, just something that you're talking about all the time, because these guys, I'm just going to tell you, they are our biggest sponsor of the Patriot Enclave, and they deserve us together to figure out ways that we can steer business to them. Anything having to do with commercial HVAC systems, you know that Langendorf Supply Company is your resource. I'll be giving you full information about them in just a little while. Here's today's daily reminder.
Can you sing their jingle?
Well, I've been trying to learn it. There's another guy, Steve Howard, that does a show on this radio station. Yeah. He's better at it than I am. You want to give it a shot?
No, I just really
it's
wanted to
Free
hear
Fall
you.
Friday.
Langendorf rolls off the tongue so smoothly. I just thought what you could rhyme with that. I'd love to hear you do.
But it doesn't always roll off that G right in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
It really does make it, in radio world, it makes it hard. Langendorf, because if I was just to say Langendorf.
Yeah, because usually you just kind of like completely miss that G spot. So I understand that.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. All right, let's get to our daily reminders before Scott takes us a little too far, even though it is Free Fall Friday. All right, daily reminders. Number 1. I don't know if
whose idea was it to invite him.
I don't know if we're going to make it.
And he's on my side of the table. He's on my side of the table.
Yeah, we put him by you because you wouldn't know better than to sit by him. All right, here we go. There comes a time when you must actually join the side you're on. Number 2. A river can only flow in one direction. Look at what your government is doing. Draw it out to its logical conclusion because that is where it's going. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, daily reminder number 2, a river can only flow in one direction. I always talk about that specifically as it pertains to our government. But if you even look at that as it pertains to your friends, right? Like, I have a very dear, dear friend in the studio today, and he's already, think about if I was to let Scott go, where he would go unfettered. We would be kicked off of the radio forever. I would never have another radio show.
You would be the Howard Stern of the Midwest.
Fish, keep the button ready, Fish. Keep the button ready, Fish. We got it. We could have a little bit of a problem today. All right, number 3. We are past the point of just talking and complaining. It's time to take action. And number 4, perhaps my favorite, is I am the resistance. Number 5, the time has come for massive noncompliance because when tyranny becomes law, rebellion actually becomes our duty. All right, so there's our opening monologue. I feel like such a professional when I do an opening monologue because, really, if you think about it, a local live radio show, usually a local live radio show, the host doesn't do an opening monologue. But I figured, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it as if I'm a big dog.
Yeah, but aren't you an ARPA recipient? Aren't you like...
Well, the NARPA,
that's what it was, NARPA.
The NARPA is probably in the bag.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure I'm getting the NARPA. Oh, Scott, you probably don't know about the NARPA.
Oh, you need to know.
Please tell me. I'm waiting on bated wings.
So the NARPA.
Wait a minute.
North
Hold on.
American
Back up to the bated
Radio
wings.
Personality Award.
Well, one more time.
North American. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can remember.
What was that phone number again?
North American Radio Personality Award.
There he is.
NARPA.
And it's
NARPA.
very real.
Prestigious.
And very prestigious.
Yes.
It's so prestigious that really when you talk about the NARPA, you're supposed to say prestigious.
Ooh.
Yeah,
wow.
It's a big deal.
Is it like a golden microphone or something?
It's like that leg on the Christmas story. The one, remember that one?
It's fragile.
Yeah, fragile. Yes.
It's
French.
It's a big deal. And I received the NARPA once before when we were doing the Patriot Enclave out of a very small AM station in Washington, Missouri. That was where I became a first-time recipient of the NARPA. And I have it on good authority that I'm about to get another one. And if and when that happens, I'll be the first person to ever get 2 NARPAs.
Wow.
It's a big deal.
Impressive.
It's a big deal.
On 2 different shows, too.
Yeah, and there's actually, it's a physical, you get this, it's like a trophy type thing.
That's pretty cool.
Unfortunately, I misplaced my last NARPA, and so that's why I really want to get another one because I want to have one to put on. I think the reason I lost the last one is that the house we were living in at that time didn't have a fireplace, so I didn't have a mantle to put it on.
You sure Julie wasn't like cleaning and accidentally like dusted and knocked it off? Like the leg.
I don't know what happened to your NARPA. I don't know what happened.
There's a major award.
Here we go.
Man.
Here we go.
So anyway, hey Scott, you know what I was thinking about today because I knew you were going to be on the show.
I'm not answering that question.
Where did you find?
You remember when we met? You and I met on the freshman tour when we were brand new elected state representatives.
That is correct. Correct. You are correct, sir.
The freshman. I wonder if they even still do the freshman tour. Have you heard? Do you know?
They paused it, I think, during the Great Recession. They paused it down. But then I think they kind of brought it back, but it was more of a voluntary thing. But really, I mean, it was the dog and pony show of taking you around the state and, hey, we're going to show you how we spend your tax dollars and how much of a return you get.
Yeah,
if you just give us more government money, then we're going to give you 5 times. I mean, everybody had. I mean, you would just give them all your money and everything would be great.
Well, the last I had heard about it is they had really pared it down.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think when we did it, it was, and for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, please excuse Scott and I for just having a personal conversation here over the airwaves. But what they used to do, or I guess they still do it to some extent, but when you would first get elected to the Missouri House of Representatives, you would go on, I think it was a 3-week, wasn't it? We did 2 weeks, and then there was a break, and then we did another week. It was 3 weeks of being taken literally all over the state.
Now they just take you to the prison and show you where most of the people that serve are going to end up living.
Indeed. All right. Well, hey, folks, we have reached the time for our first break, and here's what's going to need to happen. Write these years down: 1991, 1973, and 1966. I need you to tell me in the app right now, do it quickly, 1991, 1973, and 1966. Where do you want all of our music to come from today? Vote quickly. We'll tally it up and start that right after the break.
Energy can be directed. I'm turning it up and turning it down.
Chuck's Boots has the largest selection of boots in the Midwest and right in your backyard. Over 100,000 pairs of boots in stock from all the top brands: Ariat, Thorogood, Carolina, Justin, Carhartt, and many more. Chuck's Boots has boots for every walk of life: Western, work, uniform, hiking, or motorcycle. Visit us in Fenton or St. Peters and online at chucksboots.com. There's only one name to remember.
Chuck's Boots never leave my feet.
Here's Kevin from Generations Marketplace.
We're excited to be a part of what's going on here at Real Talk. We like to hear the truth. We knew we had to do something, and the best thing we could do was support somebody who was championing the truth. I had a friend of mine call me this morning and goes, "Hey, dude, I heard you on the radio." I'm like, "Yeah, it was a pretty good spot, isn't it?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "I had nothing to do with that. Fish and everybody up there at the station, they took care of that. Do a great job, great experience. You walk in here and you feel like you're part of the radio station."
Be a part of the Real Talk Radio Network family. Call 636-299-3702 and let us help you write your success story. Rudy Giuliani's coming.
Real Talk Radio Network plays a very, very big role in making sure the American people get to know what they need to know, and we're very, very proud to be a part of it. We try to cover the things that are covered up, whether it's about COVID or about Afghanistan or about Biden's incapacity or about inflation or about what I call the express train to socialism, which Biden has us on.
The Rudy Giuliani Show, weeknight 7 to 8 p.m. starting January 31st on the Real Talk Radio Network. Show that you're a Real Talk Radio Network freedom fighter with Real Talk merchandise, polos, t-shirts, v-necks, biker shirts, tumblers, koozies and coffee mugs, and stuff for veterans. All available at RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. Support the voice of freedom and wear it proud. Real Talk Radio Network freedom fighter merchandise at RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. That's RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. The Rick and Tracy Ellis team and eXp Realty wants to put you in the home of your dreams. A house is what you rent. A home is where you'll nail your family sign, where you bring your first baby, where you enjoy hot chocolate on a snowy morning, or have to set the card table up for the first family Thanksgiving, where all the neighborhood kids come to play on the slip and slide. Contact the Rick and Tracy Ellis team and eXp Realty today at 636-299-3702. 636-299-3702.
You want answers? I want the truth.
The truth is here on the Real Talk Radio Network.
You know, it is my prayer for you, ladies and gentlemen, that you have, whether it's one or whether it's 50, you need to have at least one, and preferably more than one, friends in your life that you can, just kind of be away from for a couple of years, and then boom, as soon as you get back together, it's as if you were not apart. and some of you are thinking that I'm about to say that about Scott. That's not what I'm saying. Because what I am saying is I think I did forget how much danger I was putting myself in when I invited him on the show. I mean, if Scott and I were the type of friends that I just described a second ago, I wouldn't have been so blindsided by having him into the studio. So here's the thing. I need to take a quick look. Did any of you guys take a look in the app?
Scott I saw 66
Scott
twice.
And I were
73 once, 66 twice.
66 twice. I'm trying. All right. So here's the deal. Some of you, if you're brand new to the show, you might be wondering, well, why in the world? Right before the break, I told you that you needed to vote for either 1991, 1973, or 1966. And the reason that I did that is because every day we pick a year. And it's a year that has some sort of significance to the people that are in the studio. And so today, the reason that we're going with 1966 is because why did we say 1966? Oh, 66 is the year
they kicked over the rock and found
you
me.
were born.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so 1966 is the year Kevin was born. 1973 is the year Scott was born, and then 1991 is the year that Scott graduated from high school.
The first time, yeah.
For the first time, yeah. And so those are the years, those are your choices. And Kevin, I think it was last week, I think it was last Free Fall Friday, we gave people 3 choices of years like this, and even after I mansplained it, I mean, I full-blown mansplained it. I explained it way too much, the voting instructions, and there were still people in the app that got it wrong.
Yep.
I mean, I expect more out of our listeners than that. So here's the deal, folks. Your choices are only 1991, 1973, and 1966. And whichever one the most of you choose is going to be the year that we're going to pull bumper music from for the rest of the show. And so choose wisely, because that's what you're going to hear for the next hour and 15, or hour and a half, whatever, okay? All right, so let's get on. Let me look at my notes here. Oh, hey, guys. I know that Victor might not really care about this, but you two older gentlemen, and both of you, I think both of you have more gray in your beards than I do. No. So, yeah, Scott has the most gray, I have the second most, and then Kevin has the third. Okay. But did you guys hear that Meatloaf died?
Yes.
Did.
I mean, I'm thinking, look, okay, I don't know how to, I mean, I don't really know how to approach this, because there's so many fun things that you can talk about where Meatloaf is concerned.
Yep.
But I mean, you do want to be reverent of the fact that the guy died.
Absolutely.
But you're also honoring his music and his creativity if you're talking about it.
Absolutely.
Because it was fun.
Yes, it was. And
he was named
fun.
Meatloaf.
Yes.
I mean, how?
They called him Meatloaf.
Have you guys ever? I mean, that's the name of. And he had a lot of hits. I mean, what was that one? Paradise by the
Dashboard Lights.
Yeah. Dashboard Lights.
Yeah.
The other one, 2 out of 3. I don't see. I know the words, but I don't know the names of the songs.
Right.
I mean, he had some good stuff.
I would do anything, but won't do that.
Yeah, that was his like 90s comeback.
Yeah,
like,
he had a couple in the 90s. He had something else too. If I can't remember the name of it. We just went through all this on Joe's show last hour. But we played them all.
Well, you can never get too much Meatloaf. I'll guarantee. Did Meatloaf
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Yeah, that's my best attempt.
I figured it would be Scott.
I feel comedy inept when I have Scott in the studio with me. I mean, I usually feel pretty good about my comedy.
You can put any word in front of inept and not just comedy. Do you guys know what his nickname was?
Oh no,
when
this
we
is
were
going to be good
in the Senate. Do you want to tell him? Do you want to tell him?
I seem to have forgotten.
Yeah, I
seem to have forgotten.
Well, maybe we'll dangle that out there, and maybe people might want to comment on the app what they think his nickname was in the Senate. But I'll give it up a little bit later.
Speaking of our days together in the legislature, I just remembered for real that we still have an unsettled bet that you never paid up on.
Oh, I can't even remember what the bet was, but I remember that I won it and you lost, and you've been whining about it for 8 years.
So here's what we used to do. This is really some inside baseball. In our show notes right now, we're supposed to be talking about Meatloaf, but since I found out that they talked about Meatloaf so much last hour, I didn't want to wear it out.
We don't want to reheat their leftovers.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Oh, man,
that was good.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So I'm going to tell you 2 things about Scott's and my time in the legislature. So we served together in the House, and then we served together in the Senate. Yes. And although if I had to choose which body to return to actually serve in, I would absolutely choose the Senate. But it seemed like we had more fun in the House. You know, it's like I always tell the kids when the school kids, when they come to visit at the Capitol, I would take them over to the House, and then I'd take them over to the Senate, and I would explain to them how the House was kind of like going to the gymnasium at school, and the Senate was kind of like going to the library. And so, do you remember what we used to do in the House? There was two things that we used to bet on all the time. The first one is in the House, you never know what time the legislative day on that particular day is going to end. And sort of like, what's that show where you have to? Bob Barker was the guy.
Oh, The Price is Right. Yeah.
So we had to pick what time we thought that legislative day was going to end.
Without going over.
Without going over, right?
Yeah.
You can't go over, just like on Price is Right. So it was all about when would the gavel hit, and it was the end of that day. And we would bet a $1 scratch off per day, and then at the end of the week, whoever had more wins or losses, whatever, had to bring the other one that many scratch-offs. And it seemed like that was one where there was never any question of welching.
No, not at all. And, because we really supported education and we wanted to fund it in Missouri. So that's why we watched scratch-offs.
But the one that you welched on me was the one where we had a set of 5 words, and it was whoever could use those words first, naturally and organically during debate.
No. See, you add that naturally organically.
It's time.
I got people to say the words. You just didn't like it that I just was influential.
Well, as much as I hate to end this discussion, we got to take our bottom of the hour break. We'll be right back in the Patriot Enclave on the Real Talk Radio Network right after this.
Grasser Electric is family-owned and operated, in business since 1975. Grasser can do anything related to electric in your home or business. They can install fully automatic whole house generators. Smoke detectors have a lifespan of 10 years or less. Grasser can check yours and replace if needed. They can also install timers on exterior lights and new outlets or floor outlets to accommodate your furniture. Room not bright enough? Grasser's got you covered. They can also repair electrical services and do upgrades. Grasser Electric, 636-441-5200 or grasserelectric.com.
Dan Bongino.
Big tech may control what you read on social media, but they'll never control me. You'll get the truth from me. It's Dan Bongino. I've done a lot of things in my life, but my calling is right here with you. We're not immune to the facts on my show. We stand against the cabal of elites. Don't believe the liberals are in it for you. They're not. They're in it for themselves and big government. We'll tell you how it really is. Remember, it's the Dan Bongino Show.
Tune in to the Dan Bongino Show Monday through Friday from 11 to 2 p.m. right here on Real Talk, the voice of freedom.
So you have valuable land that's been in the family for generations, but you don't really need it. You don't want to pay taxes every year, and it's too much to take care of. You definitely don't want some fast-talking auctioneer to swindle you for a fraction of its worth.
You sold my land for how much? I can't even understand you.
Let the Rick and Tracy Ellis team test the market to get you top dollar. Call us now at 636-299-3702 or email tracy@tracyellis.com. Would you like to grow your local business? Let us help you here at Real Talk 93.3 FM, the voice of freedom. Call Kathy Lowry, the Director of Sales. You can reach Kathy at 314-239-9229. We want to help your business grow. 314-239-9229.
The coolest job in America since communism's taken over is being a warlord, and I'm your local warlord. It's TJ Kurgan, a.k.a. Sig Glockenkohl. Tune in to my new show every Saturday at 11, Shots Fired, where the subject is always freedom. We're going to talk about home defense, gun safety, training, shooting sports, constitutional law, and everything Second Amendment. Carry everywhere, carry every day. It's your right to be armed, but it's your duty to be trained.
Shots Fired. Weekends on the Real Talk Radio Network. The voice of freedom. This is the Real Talk Radio Network.
I think this is the first album I ever had. Man, oh man, Fish, did you already queue up? I mean, I literally just told you it was 1966, and you already queued up 1966 music?
No, this is not 1966.
I didn't think so.
This was already queued up before you told me.
Yep, I got you. Because I'm thinking, Yeah. All right. So, folks, just to let you know, in the app, this one was actually a squeaker. I mean, every day that we've actually put it to a vote, normally I, as the emperor of the Patriot Enclave, I don't really look for any input about what year it should be. But every once in a while, I do put it to a vote of the people, and usually it's a landslide. But today it was a bit of a squeaker, but I do think we kind of checked and double-checked, and it looks like 1966 was the year. So, Fish, if you would queue up 1966 music for the rest of the show, that would be great. Today in studio with me, I have my good friend. Well, I mean, I used to think of him as a good friend, but I have my good friend Scott Roop is in the studio with me. Scott and I serve together in both the House and Senate. We've got Kevin from Kevin, listen.
Yes.
Brother.
Kevin from Kevin.
Kevin from Kevin.
I mean, we talked about this last week.
I know. I
mean, part of the reason that I have you on the show is so that there can be some benefit to you. And I cue you up. I mean, I tee you up over and over to say something about your business, and then I have to.
I can't help it. See, I'm sitting across. I'm watching the interaction going on here between you and Scott, and I can't keep a straight face because I'm waiting on him to say something. I know he's got. I see the smoke. He's going to say something.
I'm telling you, I'm going to bring that button that Fish has that makes somebody's mic go silent. I'm going to bring it in here so that I have control of that button. So let me.
You've been trying to silence me for years.
I'm going to do it again.
Yes.
Are you ready this time?
Probably.
Or should
not.
I go to Victor and come? I'm going to come to you last.
Okay, do that.
So I already talked about my friend Scott.
Yes.
I've got my son Victor from the Victor Nieves show. I don't know that we're quite ready to let the cat out of the bag about the Victor Nieves show, so we probably can't share any details about that. And then I also have Kevin from
Generations Marketplace.
Oh, much better.
Is that better? Okay.
We're going to have to. We're going to have to send you to Marketing 101.
You probably should. I would benefit.
I mean, how has that business done as well as it's done?
I haven't been running it for most of the time. My sons are doing all the work, so that's why I'm able to do this.
I don't even know what is Generations Marketplace.
So look, Scott, be patient. Okay, be patient.
I'm sorry.
This is an example. It's a true example. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to pay attention to this, especially those of you that are entrepreneurs. This is a great example of how somebody that knows nothing about marketing yet is a great craftsman. The level of their craftsmanship overtakes everything and gives them a successful business, even though they don't know how to market it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, you bring a guy into a studio where there are millions, I mean millions and millions of people listening to us.
And he drops the ball.
And he drops it week after week.
And to be, interviewed by a NARPA winner and a potential second NARPA winner.
Potentially two-time NARPA
I'm
recipient.
Overwhelmed.
Do you get a +1 at the awards banquet? Are you going to take him?
No.
You sure?
And there's really not. I mean,
see, this is what I'm telling you right here. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting. It's coming.
There's not an awards banquet for the NARPA. I mean, the NARPA is such a big deal.
Prestigious?
It's such a big deal in and of itself that you really don't need anything in addition to the NARPA. Wow. I mean, I don't really want to brag about it very much. I try not to really talk about the NARPA very much. So, Kevin, it sounded like Scott was asking you a little bit about your company.
Yeah. Basically, we're a family-owned company, and we really focus on customer service, locally sourced materials. Everybody right now, I mean, what we're finding right now is people are waiting 6 to 9 months for furniture or whatever it might be, and we're just not okay with that. So we can knock that down to weeks because we build the furniture. My kids build the furniture. We locally source all our materials, and and everybody. And it's like I believe in I'm a believer, so that passage says fearfully and wonderfully made. The Bible tells us that. Well, we take that fearfully and wonderfully made person's personality and put it into that table, whatever they order, because we want that table to be a part of them. They designed it. It's something they're going to live with for the rest of their life, so we want it to be perfect. So customer service is top of the line for that's what it's all about for us. So to produce a product that we're proud of, that we can give to that customer, we put ourselves in. But we want the customer in that table. We want to hear what they want.
You see that? It's a little hard. It's a little hard to draw them in, but once he gets started,
once he gets going, I just want to Can you make a table with my ex-wife's personality and I give it to somebody I don't like?
I'm not even sure where to go with that one. I mean, the answer is always yes, and okay.
The customer's always right.
The customer's always right.
Excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
Christmas is done.
Are you boys ready to play a round of pick your headline local style?
I have one question.
I'm not
Victor,
sure.
how in the heck did you land a job on a show that has your same name?
Well,
I mean,
you know,
the odds on that is just. I'm still trying to do the math. I'm carrying the 4.
No, I'm going to tell you what the odds are in this particular case. 100%.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because it happened.
Yeah, it happened.
Yeah.
It happened.
Yeah.
Happened.
All right. That music means it's time to play Pick Your Headline. Not to be confused with Pick Your Head. Totally different thing. But here are your choices today, boys. Number 1, Missouri Attorney General Schmidt files anti-mask lawsuits against multiple school districts. Number 2, Missouri middle school teacher accused of inappropriate photos to a student. Number 3, St. Charles man shot after suspect tried to steal his car with a child inside. Number 4, extreme cold prompts the cancellation of drive-through COVID testing. Number 5, St. Louis woman charged in McDonald's shooting over French fries. And number 6, 2 officers fatally shoot a man who pulled a gun on them in Madison County, Illinois. So, Victor, I think I'm going to go to you first this time. Of those 6, which one should we start with?
I've got the pick of the litter here. I'm going with number 5. St. Louis woman charged in McDonald's shooting over French fries.
I mean, who in their right mind on a free fall Friday could start us with any other story than that one?
That's the perfect story.
I mean, so as I was going through the news today, you know, I was trying to pick stories that lend themselves to Free Fall Friday. And as soon as I saw this one, and I'll review the headline with everybody, and then I'll read just a little bit of it. Victor, you go ahead and take a look a little further down in there. But as soon as I saw this headline, I said, oh my goodness, this is perfect for Free Fall Friday. So here's the headline. It says, St. Louis woman charged in McDonald's shooting over French fries. Let me read you a little bit of this. This is from KTVI. It says, authorities have charged a woman who is accused of shooting a McDonald's restaurant employee Wednesday after an argument over a discount on French fries escalated. The St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney's Office has charged Tarika Clay, 30, of St. Louis with first-degree assault and armed criminal action. So at first, I just got to tell you, fellas, when I first saw this headline, and part of the thing that makes Pick Your Headline fun is because it's interesting to see how closely the story matches up with the headline, which this one's not too bad, but how many of you, of the 3 of you, raise your hand if you thought that this was going to mean that the shooting happened because 2 people were fighting over their French fries, like somebody was trying to take their French. Anybody with me on that?
I kind of anticipated that.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, so no, Kevin.
I figured it would happen at a drive-through or something. I mean, I've seen the
because the French fries weren't hot enough.
Have you seen that one where it says, "Don't speak to me unless you speak McNuggets into my hand"? You hadn't seen that video?
No, I've not seen that.
Oh yeah, they get pretty riled up at that drive-through.
I guess.
It's always McNuggets or fries.
Yes, it's a McNuggets or fries. It's a big controversial food item.
Was it a McDonald's that like a couple years ago that somebody pulled the worker through?
Yes.
The drive.
Again, I believe that was over some nuggets or some fries.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
We need to ban them. Ban them.
We had a story not long ago about somebody that shot a Taco Bell worker.
What?
What? Yeah, because they had their order wrong or something.
You'd think maybe the cost-benefit analysis in somebody's head as they draw a gun on a Taco Bell worker, they might think at some point, you know, is this worth it? I'm trying to get a taco that's $2.
They're at Taco Bell, so they've already made a decision right
That's
there.
true.
They've already made a bad decision.
Just compounding bad choices.
But, I mean, Tamika, I guess she just wasn't loving it. I mean,
I guess not. It was bad. Oh, man.
Yeah, but here's what I expect. I expect for stories like this, Scott, have you ever noticed how when it's really kind of bizarre stories, they usually start with the words, a Florida man.
Have you ever Googled your Florida man and your date of birth?
No.
Yes, it is so much fun.
We're going to have to do that.
There's a story and on your date of birth. It's hilarious.
Okay, so you go to Google.
Yeah, and just say Florida man and like
1965.
And your date of birth. You can even put your like actual date.
Yeah, so that guy sitting to your right is literally a Florida man. He's from Florida.
Says so.
And every single time I ever see a headline or hear a story that says a Florida man, for real, I picture him in my mind. I see Kevin in my mind. I mean, it's like Kevin is the quintessential Florida man.
That's not a compliment, just so we're all clear, okay? It's not okay.
It's not a compliment.
It's true, but it's not okay.
It's your relaxed nature, the bronze skin you have. I mean, that's why he's thinking Florida man, because you're relaxed.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, you're like president of the condo board at Boca Vista. I mean,
Boca who? We don't see. I'm from North. See, you take Georgia and Alabama, mash them together, and that's where you get us. That's
hear
the Florida
this
man.
again.
That's it. Yep.
But I do want to let everybody know before we move on from this story, because I know many of our listeners are probably very concerned about this. The victim, police say, suffered a superficial wound and has been released from the hospital. So nobody died over the French fries.
Well, the lady who shot her is she's banned. A judge banned her. She's now not allowed within 1,000 feet of said McDonald's. So she's definitely not getting her fries anymore.
No fries for you.
No fries.
So wait, is she only banned from that McDonald's,
Yeah,
or
I
is she
think it's
banned
just
from
that
all
one.
McDonald's?
It says the restaurant. So I don't think it's the chain.
Wow.
Well, but
if you got
because it is a
banned from
chain,
McDonald's, though,
you know, when they say the restaurant, they could be talking about the whole chain. And now just think about if it is only that one McDonald's that she's banned from. If you work at one of the other McDonald's that she is still allowed to go to, and you see that girl walk in,
you're going to get her fries.
Yes.
You know, the most bizarre thing about this story is that I totally could have bought it if she would have gotten upset because the ice cream machine wasn't working.
Which happens.
Not the French fries.
No, it's always French fries.
broke.
They really are.
I mean, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I don't have my concealed carry permit is because I just knew this might happen.
You walk in and they say that ice cream machine is broken one more time.
Yep.
One more time. You tell me that one more time.
On them.
Wow. All right, Scott, which story are we going to next? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 remaining.
Well, I think we got to go. We got to talk about story number 1 with our fellow colleague.
That's right. I only add because this is not typically something that we would cover on a Free Fall Friday, because on Free Fall Friday, we're normally looking for stories like the one we just did, okay? But you and I both served with Eric Schmidt in the Senate. He is our colleague. And so let me just read a little bit about this. It says, Missouri AG Schmidt files anti-mask lawsuits against school districts. Yeah. Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt filed lawsuits on Friday against multiple school districts he said were illegally instating health policies. Schmidt tweeted links to court filings in the suits against the St. Louis Public Schools, Francis Howell, Park Hill, Columbia Public, Fort Zumwalt, and Lee's Summit school districts. His office said it plans to file suit against 35 school districts throughout the day.
Which is interesting because 2 of those school districts were mentioned are in St. Charles County, which is a bastion of Republican votes in the primary. So interesting, you know, kind of going right into that party. I mean, that's a voter-rich area, so that's an interesting play. But the thing I found most interesting about this article, and it's a radio show, so they can't see it, but if you go and look at it, is you ever notice that
advise them of where this article was plucked from.
This article was plucked from.
I notice it looks like
NPR.
You're having to back away from your screen quite a bit.
I am having to back away.
Is it time for some
the
cheaters?
aftershave you used. It's a little pungent, and so I just need to take a breath every.
It's seeming like you're having to back away from that screen a bit, my young friend.
Well, I did bring my
spectacles.
You
brought your spectacles. Okay, anyway, so what resources
do you
is
remember
from?
when we were in office and the Post-Dispatch would
Post-Disgrace?
Yes, they would run an article about us.
Mm-hmm.
If by chance it was ever a nice article, they'd use a nice picture. You know, it's like us looking very dapper. But if it was a bad article, which most of them were, they would scour the internet and find the worst pictures. And if you look at this, it's like they got Eric Attorney General Schmidt.
Yes, the general.
The general. They got the general. He's outside. He's mid-talk. It looks like it's a very cold day. He's a little pasty. This is not the best picture of him. He's a 6 foot. I think he was the tallest senator in the history of state.
Yes, he often reminded us of that.
Yeah. You know, so it's always funny how when they don't like you or they like what you're doing, the picture is horrible. I mean, the worst picture I ever had was after I had skin cancer and I had surgery on my face and I could not shave. And I had this fire red goatee.
That was before the gray.
Yeah,
I remember.
It was before the gray, and it was ugly. I mean, it was a bad look. I mean, people would be nice to me, and they'd say, "Hey, Roop, I like you. That's a bad look." I'm like, I can't shave because the stitches.
Nothing I can do about it.
I can't. Every time they would run that picture of me when they were mad at me.
Of course.
If it was something they liked, it was my debonair photo.
Yeah,
but that's
well,
the
I'm just going to tell you something, Roop.
They are not happy with him.
Yeah.
And so they run a picture that is like, you know, not one of the best.
Well, and only because it's Free Fall Friday. And only because we have a story coming up that lends itself to what I'm about to say. Otherwise, I wouldn't go here on a normal day of the week, okay? And if anybody wants to check me on this, you can go to St. Louis NP. Well, yeah, just leave this to the professionals. Have you ever heard that expression, these are trained professionals, don't try this at home? Yeah, so when I'm reading a story from NPR, but I guess if you just really wanted to see this picture, you could go to stlouispublicradio.org and see the picture that they're using of Eric Schmidt, who, by the way, is a friend of ours. So, boys, do you guys have this story pulled? I know me and Scott do. Do
I
the
do.
rest of you?
I had it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not I will agree. It's not the most flattering picture I've ever seen of him.
Yeah, but if you see how the picture cuts off, if they photoshopped into that picture that he was sitting on the toilet, I want you to imagine that look on his face right there, and that he's sitting on the toilet.
The Taco Bell
Johnson used to do that.
After Taco Bell.
It's a Taco Bell look.
That would be an after Taco Bell toilet
It's a
picture.
face of regret.
It's a face of regret. Oh, man. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after these messages and after you hear music from 1966. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If I was in California dreaming on such a winter's day.
Here's Kevin from Generations Marketplace.
We're excited to be a part of what's going on here at Real Talk. We like to hear the truth. We knew we had to do something, and the best thing we could do was support somebody who was championing the truth. I had a friend of mine call me this morning and goes, "Hey, dude, I heard you on the radio." I'm like, "Yeah, it was a pretty good spot, isn't it?" He goes, "Yeah." I had nothing to do with that. Fish and everybody up there at the station, they took care of that. They do a great job, great experience. You walk in here and you feel like you're part of the radio station.
Be a part of the Real Talk Radio Network family. Call 636-299-3702 and let us help you write your success story. Behind the Bush with Gussie and Haley Bush.
I feel like I'm on the ball today. A show where we're here to entertain and give you an inside scoop of everything going on in our lives and the world around us.
We talk about our experience living in a large family of 9 and growing up in the Midwest.
From big love to big drama, the simple life to the extravagant, the Rocky Mountains to the western skies, there's something for everyone.
Saturday nights at 7 on the Real Talk Radio Network, the voice of freedom. Recently, Mike Lindell talked to the Real Talk Radio Network.
Save the country. That's what I've been doing, right? I've been helping. The Lord's been through me, working to get my voice out there over and over and over again about the election, the 2020 election. Because if we don't address that, we don't have a country. And we're in the greatest time to be alive, because I believe we're in the greatest revival ever. Everyone's out there looking for hope, and that hope is Jesus.
Mike Lindell.
This is my good friend, Dr. Naputi at Real Talk, the voice of freedom.
Show that you're a Real Talk Radio Network freedom fighter with Real Talk merchandise, polos, t-shirts, V-necks, biker shirts, tumblers, koozies and coffee mugs, and stuff for veterans. All available at RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. Support the voice of freedom and wear it proud. Real Talk Radio Network freedom fighter merchandise at RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. That's RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. The Rick and Tracy Ellis team and eXp Realty wants to put you in the home of your dreams. A house is what you rent. A home is where you'll nail your family sign, where you bring your first baby, where you enjoy hot chocolate on a snowy morning, or have to set the card table up for the first family Thanksgiving, where all the neighborhood kids come to play on the slip and slide. Contact the Rick and Tracy Ellis team and eXp Realty today at 636-299-3702. 636-299-3702.
Hey, everybody, this is Brian Nieves asking you to join me every day, Monday through Friday, in the Patriot Enclave from 3 to 5 p.m. Central Time.
Your show to me is like going to church.
The Patriot Enclave is where we gather in mass, in strength, to strengthen each other, because I am the resistance, you are the resistance, and together we are the resistance. So I'll see you from 3 to 5 in the Patriot Enclave every day.
The truth is here.
A very important voice, and we appreciate it. We need it.
The Real Talk Radio Network, the voice of freedom.
2 minute teardrop for one heart to be crying. 2 minute teardrop for one heart to carry on.
Oh, yeah. Today's edition of the Patriot Enclave is being brought to you by the year 1966, the year that Scott Roop was born.
No.
No, the year that... Oh, that's the year that Kevin was
From Generations Marketplace. How's that?
Man,
he's learning.
I'm telling you.
He is learning.
I mean, this is like maybe the fourth or fifth time that I've had him in studio with me.
Yeah.
And that's the first time that he's hit the ball.
I'm watching your eyes.
Without having to having to be reminded.
I'm watching you.
That was
right
awesome.
Here.
It was.
That was awesome. I mean, listen, if you take the kind of craftsmanship that these guys do over at Generations Marketplace, where they make custom tables exactly the way people want them to.
I wasn't expecting it.
If you add some marketing to that,
I know, right?
Listen, this guy could be a billionaire.
You know what, though? Maybe this is like 3D chess.
Oh.
Maybe this is the marketing strategy to fool you into saying it like 800 times.
Yes.
This is some 3D chess.
Strategery. For sure.
Yeah, strategery. That's
it's
all
like
it is.
the guy that does the commercials for the software that protects your computers, and it's super like
micro
cheeseball
PC or
on
something
purpose.
like that.
Yeah.
Something like
I think
that.
that's what Kevin's doing.
It's all strategery.
I think he's
right.
a master strategist.
Thank you.
I'm impressed.
What are we talking about?
I am.
So, Victor, where did you get the 3D chess reference from?
Oh, I have no idea.
Because I immediately thought
it's not that deep.
Okay, because I was just like,
Star Trek.
3D chess, Star Trek.
Yeah.
And that would explain why
Victor's not cool enough for Star Trek. I'm just telling you right
why
now.
the marketplace's website's in Klingon.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
That's some really
next level
3D next level marketing.
It is. It is.
All right, so guys, listen, we need to. I know that we've been having a lot of fun so far, but right now we need to do some real reporting. Like we need to give people real information. And I don't know if any of you have clicked on this story yet, but it's out of the Wall Street Journal. And you're going to think I'm kidding, but it really is out of the Wall Street Journal. And I'm going to ask you guys, have you ever heard of the wellness toilet?
No.
I actually checked this out. I've never heard of it.
Wait, to purchase?
No, this is a real thing.
It's the real deal,
You guys
man.
are going to think I made this up for Free Fall Friday. This is a real thing.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. All of you click on it right now. Go ahead.
Clicking the button.
It's
So it's from the Wall Street Journal, and here's what it says. And just remember, we were talking about that Photoshop picture of Attorney General Eric Schmidt on the toilet, right? And so let's follow it up with this story from the Wall Street Journal. It says, the bathroom of the future is here, from high-tech toilets to self-filling tubs. Now, let's continue a little bit with this story. It says, the suggestion pops up on your phone in the produce section of the grocery store. Here's what it says. Your diet seems to be unbalanced. The recommended recipe is salmon, chicken, avocado salad. A message from your nutritionist? Nope. Personal trainer? In this vision of the future, it's your toilet doing the talking. The wellness talking toilet that Toto, that's a toilet company, that Toto presented at this year's Consumer Electronics Show is a commode that doubles as a health monitoring device.
Hey, I might want one of these.
I just have a vision of the lid opening, talking. What? Are we, what?
Yeah. No, this is a toilet that analyzes your...
I don't want to, no.
Yeah, but it tells you what to, like, it said you need some, what was it, chicken, some avocado. I might want that, yeah. Give you a little dietary
chicken,
advice.
avocado. So you sure this isn't from Taco Bell?
Wow.
And that's where they're getting the recipe?
What kind of Taco Bell has avocado?
Well,
Yeah, some
hey, now,
Taco
I'm from
Bell.
St. Charles County, man. That's
Guacamole has that in it.
Some uptown Taco Bells.
Can I point out, you all must be doing well in life, because I tried to read this article and I hit the paywall, and
did
you
too.
all
I exited
were all
out.
like, you guys must be members of the Wall
just
Street
exited
Journal.
out.
No, I mean,
I
radio
had the
pays
same
well.
Well, no, here's what you got, and I apologize. I apologize for taking you guys down a primrose path that you're not able to access. You know, as a one-time NARPA recipient and likely second-time recipient, all of these resources, they give me free.
Is that in your goodie bag? Is that
It's in
like,
the
you know, the
goodie bag. It's in the
Oscars, you
swag
get all
bag.
this through
Yeah, it's in
swag
the swag
bag?
bag. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
see,
in the
he
swag
even knows the name, swag bag.
Yeah, I mean, I get so many of them that,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, I don't want to brag.
Yeah, and what was he saying pre-show? Yeah, I've been in so many green rooms around the world, and I mean,
Pshaw. Okay, so listen, you guys are getting off track on a serious story.
Well, did you read further down?
Future,
There's actually a 2021 bathroom trends study They actually have a study for bathrooms.
Yeah. No, I mean, think about the beauty of that. So every time you go do your business, your toilet analyzes your due.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And figures out that you don't have enough this or that. I mean, it sorts through
I'll
your
stay
due.
ignorant. No.
I mean, it's pretty amazing.
And then it sends a message to your phone.
I don't want that message.
Oh, my goodness. I just read a random, I don't know what stuck out about this sentence to me. I just read a random one. It says, in this article, it says, quote, more people started asking for bidets, especially after the toilet paper disaster.
Well,
okay, I have a question about bidets.
Talking bidet toilet.
So I've never used a bidet. I'm not as, I don't go down many primrose paths as Brian. But
it'll change your life.
Do you dry with the bidet? And aren't you using some type of thing to dry? Are you just air drying? Or
No, there's like little cloths that are available.
But doesn't that just kind of defeat the whole purpose of the bidet?
Well, no, because it's wet.
Have you ever been to the bathroom, right? A public bathroom, you have those push-button air dryers.
That's
you
what
just
it's like.
back up and
there you go.
Yeah, that's what it is.
From the bidet.
Yes.
That's how you spell bidet. I thought it said bid it. I really wasn't sure what that was. There was no accent marks, man. What do you want from me?
No
KXEN, St. Louis.
Bidets are a super interesting subject. They
Please,
really are.
Tell us more, Brian.
No,
I mean,
don't.
more and more people are using bidets. Even out in the country where I live, people are using
we call
bidets.
it garden hoses. Yeah, we call it garden hoses. That's what we use. Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, hey, let's take our top of the hour break, and then we will be right back in the Patriot Enclave on the Real Talk Radio Network.
You've been a messin' where you shouldn't have been a messin'. And now someone else is getting all your best.
Real Talk 93.3. KRTK Herman, KVMO Vandalia. The voice of freedom.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. Will 2022 see the end of Roe versus Wade in the United States? Hundreds of thousands of pro-life demonstrators who showed up in cold weather in Washington today are hoping that's the case. Louisiana Congresswoman Julia Letlow says change is coming.
As we stand one step closer to saving the unborn, I encourage you, keep marching, keep advocating, keep praying, keep fighting, because ultimately we will prevail.
The March for Life, for decades an annual rally to support life in the womb, was held as the Supreme Court has indicated it will allow states to impose tighter restrictions on abortion, with a ruling in the coming months. President Biden's job approval rating slips following his extended press conference this week. Correspondent Bernie Bennett has more.
Rasmussen Report's daily presidential tracking poll for Friday shows that 41% of likely U.S. voters approve of President Biden's job performance, 58% disapprove. The latest figures include 20% who strongly approve of the job Mr. Biden is doing and 47% who strongly disapprove. This gives him a presidential approval index rating of negative 27. At this point in his presidency, former President Trump had a 45% approval rating, 4% higher than President Biden. Bernie Bennett reporting.
Top U.S. and Russian diplomats agreed to keep talking in the standoff over Ukraine, even though their meeting produced no movement in the crisis that has seen Moscow mass tens of thousands of troops at the border and the West ramp up supplies of weapons to Kiev. With fears of an invasion of Ukraine running high and seemingly intractable demands, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met for about 90 minutes in Geneva at what the Americans said was a critical moment. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 450 points, the Nasdaq dropped 385, the S&P lower by 84. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful in lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question. Pete and Seth Talbot, the father and son founders of Relief Factor, tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor selected the 4 best ingredients, 100% drug-free ingredients that each help your body deal with inflammation. Order the 3-week quick start now. Discount it to only $19.95 to see if it will work for you too. Call 800-500-8384. ReliefFactor.com.
Angie's List is now Angie, and caring for your home just got easier. Whether you need help with routine maintenance or a dream remodel, Angie makes it easy to see reviews, compare quotes, and connect with top local pros who can get the job done right. Plus, you can see upfront pricing and instantly book hundreds of projects. No phone tag, just the work you need done at a time that works for you. Angie's got your to-do list covered from start to finish. Book your next home project today at Angie.com. That's ANGI.com.
Islamic State group gunmen have
Just happened. The woke executives, I don't know what the hell they're doing. AT&T saying that they may no longer agree to carry this network that's doing very well. You know why? Because people told them not to do it.
Don't allow woke executives to shut down OAN. Let your voices be heard. Reach out by phone, email, and social media to AT&T and DirecTV and demand that OAN remains on your channel lineup. Call AT&T and DirecTV today.
Hey everybody, it's Dr. Eric Naputi. I hope you're having an amazing day today. Hey, let me ask you a question. Are you thinking about fleeing St. Louis County because of all the craziness of the tyrant of Sam Page, or are you thinking about making a move? Well, if so, I want you to support us here at Real Talk, and I want you to call our owners, Rick and Tracy Ellis, by the way, who have been in real estate for over 25 years and have sold over $300 million in real estate. Listen, you can call them directly at 636-229-3702 or visit TracyEllis.com.
If you like the truth Dr. Eric Naputi is sharing, then you're going to love the Real Talk Radio Network. With hosts all day long like Eric Naputi, they all share the truth.
You want answers?
They all have unique connections to get you tomorrow's news today. And they're all passionate and can give you the information and inspiration to be a great freedom fighter. Joe Hoff with the Gateway Pundit, Dan Bongino, Patel Patriot, Ann Vanderstill, Professor Toto, Javon Hutton Pulitzer, and many more. Each and every one with their own unique style, but the common bond of bringing you the absolute truth.
You want answers? I want the truth!
It's free with content updated daily, live or on demand. To get the Real Talk app, go to the App Store on Apple devices and in the Google Play Store for Android devices. Search for Real Talk 93.3 and look for our logo with a bald eagle with its wings spread that look like an American flag. Just like Dr. Naputi, the Real Talk Radio Network delivers.
The truth!
Rudy Giuliani's coming.
Real Talk Radio Network plays a very, very big role in making sure the American people get to know what they need to know, and I'm very, very proud to be a part of it. We try to cover the things that are covered up, whether it's about COVID or about Afghanistan or about Biden's incapacity or about the inflation or about what I call the express train to socialism, which Biden has us on.
The Rudy Giuliani Show, weeknight 7 to 8 p.m. starting January 31st on the Real Talk Radio Network.
The views and opinions of the following program are not necessarily those of the Real Talk Radio Network. Portions may be pre-recorded.
Welcome to the second hour of the Patriot Enclave with Brian Nieves. Don't forget, you can catch what you missed or re-listen to what you loved in the first hour by visiting our website at realtalk933.com and clicking on the podcast button. Now, let's get right back to the Patriot Enclave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that song was brought to you compliments of the year 1966, which was brought to you compliments of Kevin.
Generations Marketplace.
Man, I'm telling you, this guy is on it. I mean,
I learned from the best.
It's just like I told, our friend Steve that has been in the last couple of Free Fall. Is it Free Fall Fridays or Free Falls Friday? I guess it would be Free Fall Fridays. Yeah. But anyway, I told him, I said, look, man, you need to promote your church more. It's like I shouldn't have to school you guys on everything.
We're slow learners.
Jeez. Well, hey, everybody, welcome back into the Patriot Enclave. I know some of you are probably just now joining us at the start of our second hour. I wish that I could tell you that there was something of value that you missed in the first hour, but I'm trying to be more like George Washington and never tell a lie. I'm just, was there anything of value? Did you guys remember
I was
anything
really enthralled.
of value?
Yeah.
Yeah, the poop analyzing toilet.
Absolutely.
Well, the
I'm
poop
enthralled.
analyzing toilet.
Yeah.
I mean,
That
that
could save
really
your
is
life.
It's the future.
That's the next level.
You are saving lives, Brian.
It could very well be. Because the thing is, I mean, when people have poop analyzing toilets, then, think about it.
I can't.
Limitless possibilities.
Limitless possibilities. I want to do the marketing for that. In fact, I want them to be a show sponsor of the Patriot Enclave.
That would be awesome. I would be afraid to have one because if I used it, I'm afraid it would talk to me and say, "We've analyzed it, and you're an idiot."
Oh, yeah, but I'm not sure it's to that level yet.
I just want to know what kind of sensors they use. That's what I want to know. I mean.
And does it have to pick it apart?
Think about it.
Yeah.
Is there any probes?
Maybe it's like those tubes you put in, like at the bank, those little tubes, and it just takes it out to a facility where a guy, kind of sorts through it, figures it out.
Okay, let's never think about those jobs.
Got a little too much corn.
Somebody has to analyze your poop.
Yep.
Hey, guys, listen, you're going to think I'm kidding, but for real, when I was in the Navy, I was a medical laboratory technician. And for real, we had, you didn't have to do it very often, but there was a whole section of the lab where there was this hood type thing that would suck out all the air. And when they would suspect people of having, whether it be parasites or, different things like that, they would have to have their poop analyzed, and they would get their poop analyzed in the laboratory. And so, for real, on our schedule of all of us that worked in the lab, everybody was assigned to that hood a week at a time.
Oh.
And generally speaking, you would make it through your week without ever having to do it, because it wasn't that often, right? Like if I don't know how this stuff is coming back to me because it was so many years ago. But if you want to look this up, ladies and gentlemen, you'll know that I'm telling the truth. I don't even know how I just remembered this. Giardia lamblia. Giardia lamblia. When people were suspected of having Giardia lamblia, they would have to give a poop sample, and they'd send it to the lab, and there were all these different tests that we would have to do on it. And one of the reasons that they would suspect a person had that is because their poo would smell so bad. Like, I'm not just talking about when your wife complains. I'm not talking about wife complaining bad. I'm talking like peel the paint off of the room, bad smelling poop. They might suspect that they had Giardia lamblia. And so they'd have to send a sample into the lab, and you'd have to put it under that hood and all that kind of stuff. And, I mean, you didn't have to do it very often, but, man, every time that your name came up for the week, you were like even if you weren't a Christian, you could be totally a non-believer. You know how they always say that atheists always, when an atheist faces something bad enough, they start to pray? Yeah, all atheists become Christians in a foxhole?
Yes.
I'm telling you, when it was your week to be on duty, I'm trying to even remember. We had a name for it. It was a very creative name. I'm trying to remember it.
Man.
But it was like duty or whatever, When it was your week to be on duty, even if you weren't a Christian,
you started
praying. Every morning before you went to work, you were on your knees praying. Oh, dear Lord, please don't let anybody be suspected of Giardia lamblia.
So there was a hooded area that sucked all the smell out of the. So could you just like go there and crop dust and just like kind of let it? And was that like the designated fart area for that?
What a great idea! Yeah, but see, the thing is, because you got to turn the hood on, so everybody would know what you were doing.
And was this on a submarine or
No, this was just on a regular land-based, just a land-based clinic. Yeah.
What if the hood quit working on a submarine?
Oh. Well, I don't think they do those tests on a submarine.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, I don't think submarines have labs that are set up for
Let's
that.
hope not.
But I'll tell you another story. And listen, it's Free Fall Friday, right? So, I mean, I would never talk about this kind of stuff any other day of the week. But here's something else that happened. When I was in the Navy, I had this buddy named Rick Chambliss. Now, there's not that many people that I remember this many years later, but Rick Chambliss and I, we used to play practical jokes on each other. The degree to which, I mean, it was It was like, you think you and I messed with each other during our time in the house? It was nothing compared to what happened between me and Rick Chambliss, okay? It was so bad that we actually drew up treaty papers and signed them, right?
Nice.
Because it got so completely out of hand, the jokes that we play on each other. So here's what I did one time. I took those, and I'm sure all of you in the listening audience have seen one of these. It's a urine sample cup. So just imagine that, it's just a cup that has a screw top, and it screws down very tight so that the pee doesn't leak out of it. I took a urine sample cup and I filled it with gauze, okay? And then I went over to the doo-doo hood, and there was some samples in there of people that had Giardia lambda. And so I sprinkled some of that down into the gauze of that thing.
You sprinkled.
And I put the lid on real tight. And so, you got to figure this smell is pretty caustic.
Yeah.
And so it filled that pee sample bottle thing until the sides were swelling. You know what I mean? It's like the smell wanted out of there so bad. And so Rick and I had this policy where when you got, if the other guy got you, you just had to take it like a man.
Right.
You couldn't, you couldn't tell other people around you. And so here's what happened. Rick was on duty one night, and it was his job. He was working in what was called the triage center. And so all the patients would have to come to him first, and then it would be determined whether or not it was an emergency, whatever. And so it was the time of the year where there was a lot of cold and flu going on. Believe it or not, we used to have this thing called cold and flu season.
Yeah.
And so he's working the triage desk, which means people would have to come into this relatively small room with him. He would take their blood pressure, their temperature, stuff like that. So he was taking a little bit of a break. When he took a break, I snuck into his little room where he was doing that and hid that container and took the top off of it and left it in there with him. And it filled that room with such a horrid stench. But he couldn't do anything about it. He had to go in there and take it like a man. And so then from a little bit further away, I could see, and patients were coming in that were already sick. And so he'd take their blood pressure or whatever, and they were giving him the most disgusting, dirty looks. They're like, you're sitting here in this small room farting when you know that people have to come in here and get their blood pressure taken. And, man, I mean, Rick was about ready to kill me. But then he was married to a Vietnamese girl. So he goes home, he tells his wife what I just did to him, and she says, okay, I'll help you. So she goes and she gets this stuff, I think it's called like fish sauce or something like that. It was the most horrid. I can't even say really what it smelled like on the radio, but it was just this horrid, rotten fish smell. And so he and his wife, they must have stayed up all night because they took a bunch of these little cotton balls, just small, like they pulled cotton balls in half and then drenched them all in this horrid fish-smelling stuff. And then he snuck into my office before I got there in the morning, and all throughout my office he hid those little cotton balls that smelled so bad of rotten fish all throughout my office, so that my office was this horrid, I mean, it smelled worse than San Francisco, the fish market in San Francisco. It was horrid, right?
This is so bad.
So when I had done the thing to him, it was just one container. So once he found it, he was scot-free. What he did to me was a whole bunch of these little smell bombs all over my.
Right.
I had to go to him, and he made me beg. He made me beg.
But was anybody surprised that your balls smelled?
All right, Fish, take us to a break.
Please.
Take us to a break.
Go.
Cause I'm leaving in the morning, and I must see you again. We'll have one more night together, till the morning brings my train and I must go. Oh, no.
Hundreds of thousands have downloaded the Real Talk Radio Network app.
You guys are doing a really good job.
It's absolutely free. Just go to Google or Apple, search the Real Talk Radio Network, and click on the Eagle logo. Then the Real Talk Radio Network will be available to you on demand, anytime, anywhere.
Every day, all day long.
The Real Talk Radio Network app.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Work.
Available on Google or Apple. Click on the Eagle logo.
You guys are top notch.
The Real Talk Radio Network app. Get it today.
Steve Hauer here, inviting you to listen to my program, The Hauer Hour, heard on this station every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. with a repeat broadcast at 6 p.m. The Hauer Hour boldly shares God's truth and love. Love that avoids the truth is not true love, and truth taught without compassion has no impact. Jesus defined himself as the way, the truth, and the key to abundant life. Whether you know it or not, he considers you his precious child. He's eager to welcome you home.
You're witty, you're intelligent, and the world needs to hear what you've got to say. You could be famous and have your own radio show. Okay, well, maybe not famous, but you could have your own weekly radio show on the Real Talk Radio Network, reaching potentially millions of listeners. It's more than just a 30-second commercial here and there. It's a great way to build a solid fan and customer base. To get your show on any of the Real Talk Radio Network stations, call 636-299-3702.
Hi, this is Betsy Mawson with First State Bank Mortgage and your host of Spouses Financing Houses. My husband Matt and I are a husband and wife team with over 20 years of experience in the mortgage industry. If you're looking to buy or refinance your home, give us a call at 636-293-0577 and make sure to tune into our show, Spouses Financing Houses.
Saturday mornings at 10 on the Real Talk Radio Network, the voice of freedom.
This is Dan Bongino. Tune into the Dan Bongino Show Monday through Friday from 11 to 2 p.m. right here on Real Talk, the voice of freedom.
In the town where I was born lived a man who sailed to sea, and he told us of his life in the land of submarines. So we sailed on to the sun till we found a sea of green.
You know, I know that our listeners have become very much aware of the fact that Fish is basically, he's like a music savant.
Yes.
Which is not to be confused with an idiot savant. No. Those are two totally different things. But he's a music savant.
Absolutely.
And so not only did we restrict him to the year 1966, but then I suspect, because Scott was talking about submarines, look what gets played.
I know.
Yep, that kind of did work.
Yeah, I mean, there's not another producer like Fish. No. And Scott, by the way,
well, I don't know if that's a compliment.
If you ever hear us talking about the fish tank, now you know. Just look that way. Doesn't it? It's like his name is Fish, and it looks like he's in a fish tank.
Can I bang on the glass?
You can, but he gets mad when you do that.
Bang on the drum all day.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, I just got to tell you, I got to try to pull myself together a little bit because we're going into the American Hero segment, and I just got to tell you, everything that has happened before this has been in true free. I am a professional radio DJ enunciator. Everything that's happened leading up to now, and everything that's going to happen after we do the American Hero segment has been in true Free Fall Friday form. Yeah, I know a lot of you out there right now are laughing at me because of the way I messed that up just a second ago, but I'm just going to tell you, why don't you try to say true Free Fall Friday form? Yeah, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
And what'd you call it? What'd you say? What was that word?
Well, I'm a professional enunciator.
Enunciator.
Yes.
I love it. I'm using it.
Yeah, you probably know. Really, it's just people that have received NARPAs that should be. Yeah, I mean, there's just listen. Let me just tell all of you something because I mean, Victor's in here with me regularly. There's a rumor out there that the Victor Nieves show is actually coming to the Voice of Freedom Network.
Yes.
But anyway, I can't talk too much about that. But let me just tell all you guys, just because you hear me saying or doing something on the radio, that doesn't mean that it's okay with you, right? Until you come walking in with a NARPA, then don't
go there, right? Yeah.
Don't try to do everything I do.
I'll keep that in mind.
Just be aware of that.
That's how I've made it to my ripe old age, is not doing things that you do.
Don't do what Brian do.
Is doo-doo.
Man, we've been talking about do a lot today.
I know.
It's like doo-doo is the subject of the day. Victor actually, I'm sure he's going to talk about this after the bottom of the hour. He actually, was it Google? Did you Google?
Yeah, Googled.
Giardia lambda? Yeah, don't tell him about it yet, but save that until after. I've got to step out for a few minutes after the bottom of the hour, and so you guys talk about that stuff when I'm not even around.
Did you have some bad clams?
No. What it is when I know that this show is really about to get bad, I physically step out of the studio because that could put my NARPA in danger.
Oh. Yeah, I get it.
I would hate to cause you not to win that. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd feel bad.
All right. Now, for those of you that might be wondering how it is that that I would be in the running for NARPA number 2, I'm just going to tell you, I believe part of the reason is because of this American Hero segment that we do every single day. So for those of you that might be new to the show, I'll just tell you, every single day in the second hour at approximately 22 minutes after the hour, we honor someone that has received the Congressional Medal of Honor. Today, we're actually going to do something that we've never done before, and what I mean by that is we're actually going to do 2 honorees. And the reason for that is because I don't want to skip past anybody based on the fact that the citation that was written about it is too short. Because whether the citation is short or long, the person still did absolute heroic things to be able to get the Medal of Honor in the first place. We've talked about this before on the show, and that is very clearly the further you go back in time, the shorter the citations are. So the citations began to, the gloriousness of the way that the citations are written began to catch up with the gloriousness of what the person did to get the Medal of Honor somewhere around World War II. You see, some of the World War I citations are pretty good, right? And listen, I'm not talking about what the person did. I'm talking about the citation, right? The quality of the citation that was written. They really start getting better around World War II and forward. And so these ones that are really, really old from way back, you know, whether it was the Indian campaigns, whether it was the Civil War, whatever, a lot of times they're super short. And that doesn't mean that what the person did was short on valor. But because the citation is the only thing that we have to go by, sometimes they're a bit short. So today we have 2 American heroes that we're going to tell you about. The first one is William H. Barnes. Let me tell you a little bit about him before I read the citation. William Henry Barnes was a private. He ended up at some point becoming a sergeant, but during this particular action, he was a private. The date of this Medal of Honor was September 29th, 1864. And so on September 29th, 1864, William Henry Barnes was assigned to Company C, 38th U.S. Colored Infantry. Now, I hope y'all noticed what I just said. This is a black man, okay? And back in those days, they had a separate division for them. So you've never in your life, you have never heard me say that we do not have a storied past in racism in the United States of America. What you have heard me say is that I'm sick and tired of the race baiters of today, all right? But here's a black man that received the Congressional Medal of Honor. The citation in full says, among the first to enter the enemy's works, although wounded. Now, as I've said before, just because it's a short citation doesn't mean that the person was short on valor. These guys, anybody that has ever received a Medal of Honor, you know that they did amazing, crazy things. So the very next person, you know I do these alphabetically, the very next person on the list, and we're going to honor him as well, is Will Croft Barnes. He was a private first class. He was in the U.S. Army. The date of action was September 1st, 1881, and this was happening during the Indian campaigns. Check this out. Will Croft Barnes, his entire citation reads thus: bravery in action. Now, I'm just going to tell you, back in those days, it was probably men that wrote these citations, right? Mm-hmm. And they were men of very few words. Yeah. So you got to fill in the blanks yourself, right? I mean, think of some of the other ones that we've read from like World War II or Korea or Vietnam, where it's like 5 paragraphs of describing all the stuff that the person did.
Right.
This was a simpler time. And all it says is bravery in action.
It's a very stoic description.
Yeah.
Simple.
I mean, think about it. it's no less valuable, right? I mean, that Medal of Honor is no less valuable just because it doesn't have 5 paragraphs. But I found this interesting, both of these, because one of them was a black man serving in, quote unquote, a colored infantry. And then the next one, this is a white guy, there's a picture of him. But this guy, the entire citation, bravery in action. And he lived through it. Whatever it was, he lived through it because it was not awarded posthumously. So, I mean, pretty cool stuff. I mean, I love doing these. I love doing this segment every single day and just being able to do something, that might somehow, give these guys the kind of credit that they deserve.
It's cool, too, to me, because like you're saying, a lot of those, their write-ups are a little bit shorter from, pre-World War II. Sometimes we focus on World War II a lot. There were a lot of people in World War I. I mean, we had 2 entire world wars. World War I mean, think of all the people that died for our country in World War I.
Absolutely.
We have these shorter ones.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Keeps in mind what we fight for when we try to preserve freedom, although a different path. But, boy, our country needs people to stand up again.
Absolutely.
Anyway, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back in the Patriot Enclave.
The brave men of the Green Beret.
Rudy Giuliani's coming.
Real Talk Radio Network plays a very, very big role in making sure the American people get to know what they need to know, and very, very proud to be a part of it. We try to cover the things that are covered up, whether it's about COVID or about Afghanistan or about Biden's incapacity or about inflation or about what I call the express train to socialism, which Biden has us on.
The Rudy Giuliani Show, weeknight 7 to 8 p.m. starting January 31st on the Real Talk Radio Network. Dan Bongino.
Big tech may control what you read on social media, but they'll never control me. You'll get the truth from me. It's Dan Bongino. I've done a lot of things in my life, but my calling is right here with you. We're not immune to the facts on my show. We stand against the cabal of elites. Don't believe the liberals are in it for you. They're not. They're in it for themselves and big government. We'll tell you how it really is. Remember, it's the Dan Bongino Show.
Tune in to the Dan Bongino Show Monday through Friday from 11 to 2 p.m. right here on Real Talk, the voice of freedom.
At LaMarche & Associates Financial Planning and Insurance, they believe everyone should be able to live the retirement they've always wanted. Their team of professionals can help you create a well-thought-out strategy using a variety of investments and insurance products and services designed to help you address your financial needs and concerns. And listen to their very own radio program, Money Matters Made Simple, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Hosted by Michael LaMarche, President, and Vincent Tisano, Financial Advisor. LaMarche & Associates. For more information, FocusedFutures.com.
For provides insurance services, investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC, AEWM. When coffee's just not enough, get your motor running weekday mornings with Amped in the AM. Tabitha Hassel.
I own a security company. I work in anti-piracy.
Steve Belko.
I'm a former history professor.
And producer Dan. The perfect blend of what's going on in the world locally and a little fun to balance it out.
Tabitha and I are in the front lines for the American people.
Weekday mornings from 6 till 9.
Amped in the AM.
On the Real Talk Network. The Weekend Roundup with Ben Brown.
It's never been as important as it is today to be an informed citizen. I spent much of the last year and a half fighting back against unconstitutional mandates and led the resistance when restaurants across St. Louis County were shut down. We have infringements from local governments as well as federal. You need the tools to be able to fight back. Tune in as we discuss the biggest headlines of the week and also give you, the listener, a preview of what to look out for in the week ahead.
The Weekend Roundup, live on the Real Talk Radio Network.
The Joe Hoff Show is going to share the truth.
I love you guys. You're really a very important voice.
The big media doesn't share the truth, not just in stories that they do report that just absolutely are not true, but in stories that they don't report. That's their biggest sin.
The Hoff brothers, boom, big truth.
And a lot of the stuff that I'm going to show on the show is stuff that I write about on the Gateway Pundit, where my twin brother has one of the biggest websites in the country.
The Joe Hoff Show, weekday afternoons from 2 until 3 on the Real Talk Radio Network. The Real Talk Radio Network.
What you guys are doing is like unmeasurable, and we need this so bad.
The voice of freedom.
Well, folks, I hate to do this, but I'm reading through the comment section on the app, and I'm afraid we have to go back to the poop topic. If you've been with us for a while, you know we were talking about, bidets and all. Yeah. So one of the questions, the topic of bidets somehow unfortunately came up, and smart toilets and all kinds of weird stuff. But someone in the app said that their bidet has a drying function on it. So if you're not uncivilized, you're not walking around with like a wet butt, at least it has a drying function on it. We have evolved as a society.
Well, we've always had that drying function. They just need to put a stool in front of the hand dryer in the like the McDonald's bathroom. That works the same way. You may get some odd looks when people walk in, but
use the breeze. But I don't know, these bidets, they might be the future.
And I've heard they have heated toilet seats.
I would do that.
And they're
I want
cushion, and then the lid will raise and lower for you based off of so you never get yelled at for leaving the lid up.
What about the ones with the lights that turn on automatic? Have you seen those?
I've seen those.
Yes.
Those are huge in Japan.
Well, if you gotta go in the dark or something?
Yeah, if you come in there, and then you can have have running lights.
I was gonna say a BMW.
Oh,
you open the door, it's got that little light
display.
Music,
I could get into that.
Absolutely, fancy stuff. But someone was saying, they're saying, you don't just wash it when you wash your hands. It's not like you grab a dry paper towel and rub it across your hands. You get some soap, you get some water.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I can't help but think a bidet might be a hygienic option for people.
That's really interesting.
If you really, I don't want to go into too much detail on it, but if you think about that, that's kind of.
Well, the interesting thing is they say you should always have a little cover on your toothbrush.
Oh, absolutely.
Particles will filter through the air and then land all over.
That is the truth.
Everybody that's listening right now, I can guarantee you have fecal matter on your toothbrush.
If it's in the same room as the toilet you flush, they have actually done studies. I saw them. See, that's happened. That's true.
They need to make a mask that you put over your toilet so it catches all of the vapors and particulate that go in the air.
That might make more sense than
wearing
the mask. But if they have a blower that's blowing hot air, they're literally blowing more stuff around.
I do. I close my toilet every time I brush. Every time I flush it.
It's a ritual.
I do. Just thinking, well, maybe it'll help the particles not go in the air.
The airborne poopage.
I read that somewhere too, and I've done it ever since.
It's true.
I saw Victor, your dad and I were roommates when we were in the legislature.
No.
I'm so sorry.
And there might be a few times I knocked his toothbrush into the toilet. Didn't tell him. I rinsed it off or I flicked it off.
You're considerate. You're not a cave.
It's a couple times. He's not in the room right now. I think he's so.
Oh man.
How did we get off on this again? It was the app.
Because
everybody on the app.
Everyone loves poop.
That's true. Well, they love.
Well, they love it.
They love talking about it. I'll give it that.
If you walked into a room and you just walked up to somebody and went, poop. They would chuckle.
They will chuckle.
Okay, guys, moment of transparency. So for the past probably 5 Christmases, my son and my daughter-in-law, my oldest son, every Christmas they give me a shirt that has something to do with poop. Every year. So I've got one that says Royal Flush.
Nice.
The newest one I've got has got a stick figure sitting upon a commode, and it's called Operation Special Plops.
That's fantastic. This year they might get you one of those bidet attachments with the dryer and the heated seat.
That would be an upgrade from a T-shirt.
The smart toilet.
I'm going to hold my breath. I'm hoping it happens.
So
extra crispy. If you're listening, you need to save your money. Save your money. You're going to need to raise the bar from the T-shirt.
Yes.
You're getting your dad a bidet.
I love it. All
right.
Or as he would say, a bidet.
A bidet. Yeah. I thought it said look. Do y'all hear the accent? I thought there was supposed to be some squiggly thing over the top.
I would have thought that too. I'm not European or something. How am I supposed to know?
You said European.
European, you're a pooping.
Oh man,
you guys went there. This is junior high humor today.
Walking into it. All right, I say we.
Yeah, let's do the other.
Fish, let's run that music. Let's do the pick your headline, the national style pick your headline. Hopefully, we can get to something more substantial than poop talk. All right, here's our options for today. We got story number 1. COVID patient flown to Texas after Minnesota doctor decides to pull the plug. Number 2, Biden refuses questions because you guys will ask me about Russia. Number 3, U.S. Senate candidate from Louisiana smokes pot in campaign ad. Number 4, TSA is allowing illegal aliens to use arrest warrants as a form of ID. What in the world?
I know.
But I can't have toothpaste. Anyway, number 5. Even Democrats are shying away after Biden's disastrously long press conference. Or number 6, we've got a headline grab bag from the Gateway Pundit. See, who wants to go first? Should we do Kevin?
Yeah.
I feel like you didn't get to go last time on the prior Pick Your Headline. So which headline are you going to go with?
I have to go with number 4.
Number 4. I like it. TSA allowing illegal aliens to use arrest warrants. So we got to pull that one up. Now, Scott, what are you thinking?
I'm still thinking about poop. So.
I don't think we have any stories about poop, but we do have one about Biden. So you're close enough.
Oh, my story.
Potato.
I was going with the pot smoking candidate.
See, we had that one on here yesterday too, and we didn't touch it, but I wanted to. I was curious, what is this man doing smoking pot on a campaign ad? Especially in Louisiana. You'd kind of think maybe Louisiana, it's pretty red. Maybe they wouldn't like it, but hey, you never know. Maybe he'll win. Maybe that'll be the thing. Political science will study for years. Just do drugs in your campaign ads. Somehow you'll win. All right, let's look at this first one. What was it? All right, so the headline, the actual headline says, "This is fine." Fox News' Bill Mulligan reports that TSA is indeed allowing illegal immigrants to use arrest warrants as an ID at airport security checks. So imagine this. You're a TSA worker, and you won't let a guy on a plane with, 4 ounces of liquid, 4 ounces of toothpaste, but this dude walks up with an active arrest warrant.
Yep.
And you're like, yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
That'll work. Hop on the plane.
Yep.
Well, nothing to be concerned about. No danger here. But the toothpaste, when I walk through with 5 ounces of toothpaste, God forbid, that is unacceptable.
I don't even know where to go. I mean, it literally says that TSA confirmed this is actually true. They are allowing illegal immigrants to use these arrest warrants. When you page down, there's a lot of tweets and a lot of things that are going on, but they're all asking the same question. What?
Why on earth?
I don't know.
Is there no other form of identification? Like if you're sitting there, you're an illegal alien, and you're thinking, man, I really want to get on a plane. I've got somewhere to be. And I happen to have this active arrest warrant. Are you really going to bring that to TSA and be like, yeah, this is me?
Apparently it's okay.
Someone's doing it, and apparently that's fine.
But this is right in line with the IRS coming out a couple weeks ago in their official documents saying that if you steal things, you need to report that income on your taxes. So that's the same government that is putting out both of these. So
hearing stories like this, it makes me want the government to be bigger. I just think, I want them in my life more often.
Oh, yes.
I want them to make more right decisions.
Yes.
I think we should hire, what are they looking at, 70,000 IRS agents? Which 70,000 IRS agents, that's more than Tesla. That's more employees than Tesla has. I believe it was more than Google has worldwide. 70,000 IRS agents. And I guess they're just going to sit there on their hands and hope that everybody who's a criminal just says, hey, by the way, I stole about $10,000 worth of merchandise last year. Please don't come after me.
Yeah, but here's my $1,500 at the 15% tax bracket. So But then again, you got to ask, if we're hiring 70,000 IRS agents.
It's a lot.
That means they're all doing paper stuff, because you could file a tax return on a postcard if you do this right, have it all automated, boom, and you would need maybe 7 people, 5 of them being IT, but no, let's hire 70,000 people to push paper.
Well, if I'm being honest, when I hear that they're going to get 70,000 more IRS agents or whatever, I just naturally assume that it's a weaponization of the IRS. I mean, we saw this kind of crap under Obama. Now Biden needs 70,000 new IRS Gestapo agents to come and look for me. And did you report your $200? What are they talking? Is it like a $200 if you make over $600? That's $600 deposit. Then you have to report that, or your bank has to report it.
Your bank has to report it.
This is ridiculous.
Well, that's why you're so good at this, because you immediately went to what is wrong and what are we doing. I'm thinking, where are 70,000 people going to poop? I mean, there's no way they have enough bathroom space.
Well, hey, with the IRS and the fact that it's government budgeting, they're probably going to be looking at their budget at the end of the year and realize we got to spend all of this money, otherwise we're not getting it next year. And they're going to think, man, I saw an ad the other day for this heated toilet with a bidet,
right.
and it talks to you and it analyzes all your poop.
So this is before your time. You remember they used to have the guy on the Johnny Carson show. He was a congressman, and he would give out the awards for the stuff he would find in the budget that was so ridiculous.
Yeah, I do remember
and
some
the
of
gold
that.
of the Razzies, or I can't remember what it was.
Yep.
But you would come out and it's like $34,000 for a toilet, or $15,000 for a hammer and stuff. So they probably already have bidet toilets that bought back in the 80s.
Someone almost, like a government agency out there, someone's got a bidet. You know taxpayer dollars went to washing some bureaucrat's butt. And that kind of, I have a newfound hatred for the government after realizing my tax dollars may have washed a bureaucrat's butt.
Instead of wash your back, get deeper?
I think it just got deeper. I think the burning fire of hatred for the government it was like another log on the fire. It got a little bit, not another log.
Instead of I'll wash your back, you wash mine, it's I'll wash your bum, you wash mine. I mean,
wow.
Where were you?
I don't even know what happened. What happened?
We started talking about
the
TSA documents,
illegal immigrants, and warrants at the TSA. Let's go on to this. Who picked this one? We were at the Louisiana. What is it? A Democrat running for the U.S. Senate from Louisiana unveiled a new ad Tuesday in which he is shown smoking marijuana. In a highly unusual spot, Chambers, who is seeking to unseat Senator John Neely Kennedy, Republican from Louisiana, is shown seated in an open field, lighting up a rolled blunt of marijuana and taking multiple puffs.
Wow.
What kind of a cat?
Wow.
Does anybody know, does Louisiana have recreational marijuana laws? I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what the marijuana laws of Louisiana look like. But this seems to be a slightly unorthodox. And, I almost feel bad talking about this because it just seems like a very overt attempt to get attention. That's probably why this guy did it. They had their little campaign meeting. They're like, we need to do something edgy. Let's smoke pot in the open field. And now he's getting talked about on national news.
And it worked.
It worked.
That's what candidates do. It's like, I have no money. I'm trying to beat this big incumbent, and so I got to do something outrageous.
I'm going to smoke some pot.
So when you read the article, I mean, there is some legitimacy to what he's trying to say about the discrepancies between African Americans and whites on sentencing and who's going to get arrested, which is a real issue. But I think he's trying to get that attention drawn to him for a little bit of dollars. And let's just say it worked, and that's what unfortunately a lot of candidates feel they have to do, is they have to go to the extreme to be heard, and I got to be something more outrageous than you, and then it just keeps upping the game and upping, just like Brian's practical jokes with his guy, how they had to up the game, and somebody needs to sit down and say, here's some bylaws on our practical jokes, and this is what you guys need to kind of like have some bylaws on some of your commercials.
Yep. Well, it's like, in pop culture, the pop culture world, which I truthfully don't care about or pay much attention to. I remember when it was maybe like 2012, I think. Was it Katy Perry wore like a dress made out of meat? It was like there was this weird competition to do the most ridiculous, outlandish, like people are walking around half naked, they're dressing in dresses made entirely of meat. It's like this competition to see who can do the most outrageous thing, because we love, whether we like it or not, we love outrage. I mean,
better hope nobody let the dogs out.
Or a bear.
Right.
But we fall for it, right? There's a radio station in Missouri who's talking about a Louisiana candidate.
Right.
It sells.
Right.
It sells. Clickbait works, and it sells really well. And that's why it's kind of caused this never-ending competition. Yep. And now we got people running for U.S. Senate smoking pot in a campaign ad because I guess it works.
I guess it works.
I guess it works. Well, don't go anywhere. It's a Free Fall Friday, and the Patriot Enclave will be right back.
Sunshine came softly through my window today. Could have tripped out easy, but I've changed my ways. It'll take time, I know it, but in a while you're gonna be mine, I know it.
She has a soothing voice that will make your ride home a little bit more pleasant and stress-free.
But when it comes to being a great freedom fighter, she's not afraid to take on the opposition.
A physical wall is not the answer.
So your answer would be to do nothing, though?
The Kel Brazil Show for the ride home.
The numbers don't lie.
Oh, my gosh, more people right now identify as being a Republican or a conservative than ever before, than Democrat.
The Kel Brazil Show, weekdays 5 until 6 p.m. on the Real Talk Radio Network.
The coolest job in America since communism's taken over is being a warlord, and I'm your local warlord. It's TJ Kurgan, a.k.a. Sig Glockenkohl. Tune in to my new show every Saturday at 11, Shots Fired, where the subject is always freedom. We're going to talk about home defense, gun safety, training, shooting sports, constitutional law, and everything Second Amendment. Carry everywhere, carry every day. It's your right to be armed, but it's your duty to be trained.
Shots Fired, weekends on the Real Talk Radio Network.
Would you like to grow your local business? Let us help you here at Real Talk 93.3 FM, the voice of freedom. Call Kathy Lowry, the Director of Sales. You can reach Kathy at 314-239-9229. We want to help your business grow. 314-239-9229.
Here's Kevin from Generations Marketplace.
We're excited to be a part of what's going on here at Real Talk. We like hearing the truth. We knew we had to do something, and the best thing we could do was support somebody who was championing the truth. I had a friend of mine call me this morning and goes, "Hey, dude, I heard you on the radio." I'm like, "Yeah, it was a pretty good spot, isn't it?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "I had nothing to do with that. Fish and everybody up there at the station, they took care of that. They do a great job, great experience. You walk in here and you feel like you're part of the radio station."
Be a part of the Real Talk Radio Network family. Call 636-299-3702 and let us help you write your success story.
This is Roger Stone on the Real Talk Radio Network. Roger Stone did nothing wrong.
1, 2, 3. To the left. To the left. To the left. To the left. I was feeling so bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Patriot Enclave for our final segment of the day. And if you've been listening, my goodness, the topics of discussion today.
Yeah, they really stink.
They are kind of stinky. Yeah. One might say they've been a little stinky. So we're going to try and at least get back to something somewhat substantive. And I want to talk about this. There was a Gallup poll that came out.
Hey, you know what? Listen,
are you
really
going to come in here and bring us back to poop?
I hate to interrupt you, but I just got to tell you. Are you going to bring us back to poop?
No,
because Kel Brazil is waiting in the green room to start her show.
Yes.
And she said, I got to clean it up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she said this has been a crappy show. I mean, this is the first time I've ever had somebody tell me that this is a crappy show.
Oh, hey, my Twitter is blowing up. The people are saying this is the best show you've ever had. They're saying, "Oh my God!" I mean more. We want more.
I have never been told that the Patriot Enclave is a crappy show. I leave here. I'm in the middle of a Zoom call right now that I've got to get back to. I leave you guys in here unattended for a little while. I got people telling me it's a crappy show.
Are you trying to get bidet companies to be a sponsor? Is that what you're on a Zoom call for?
That is. It's actually a sales meeting with a bidet company. What was it? It was like the doo-doo company or something. What's that? Smart toilet?
That's smart. Smart
See, I tried. You remember, whenever I brought us in for this segment, I tried to be talk about some things that matter.
You tried and
he
failed.
Comes in
it
here
didn't work. I know he
and
did.
Brings us right back to poop.
Blew it up.
What am I supposed to do with this? But anyway,
well, he's your father.
I know.
What
am I going to do?
Your elder and
just talk about poop. Just keep talking about poop. But on the topic of poop, because it is fairly poopy.
We're going to talk about the government?
We are going to talk about the government.
Okay, well, same thing. Okay.
Specifically, congressional approval rating.
There you go.
It has sunk to 18%, according to a new Gallup poll.
So it's not floating?
No, it ain't floating. It's not a float.
Okay.
It's not Geronimobilia.
I can't say that. I don't even know what that Geronimo what?
I don't even remember. I don't remember.
Probably don't even know we're referencing on the floating piece because you didn't read what you found on Google.
I forgot. What was the name of that kid? No, do I want to go back down this path?
Gerard Depardieu.
I'm trying
it's
to
what
keep us on track.
Yeah, I know.
I know. People just bring us right back down the crapper. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, nice. Nice.
It keeps happening. It's like a train wreck that just never
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Ay. So anyway, Congress.
Yes.
Congress is now at an 18%. I'm a young guy. I'm 22. Do either of you remember a time where congressional approval was 18%.
I don't remember being 22.
No.
Well, that's fair.
I made some poor choices in my life, and I'm used to eat Bear Claws 2 at a time, and just it was just a sugar rush. It was bad.
I'm still trying to remember what it was. Now you admit, I'm trying to remember. Oh, wait a minute. My son was born when I was 21. I do remember that.
Was that
was extra
crispy?
That was extra crispy. Yes. Extra crispy was born when I was 21. I'm going to pay for that when I get home, right? So bad.
That's all right. He's going to have one of those bidets waiting for him.
Oh man!
Instead of a shirt, it'll be a bidet.
It'll be an actual bidet. That's not you.
Got back on bidets.
100%. Well, when you talk about the government,
that's fair.
Then basically you're basically talking about the same thing.
Basically birds of a feather. They flock together. Government and poop. I've often said that like the Midas touch,
right?
Where everything he touches turns to gold. I've said the government has the poop touch. Everything they touch, they screw it up. It turns to every single thing, without fail. If the government gets involved, they will ruin it. They'll turn it to poop. And apparently the American people recognize that because congressional approval is terrible, which if you're a Democrat and you're up for re-election in 22, the midterms coming up,
be afraid.
That should really concern you. I mean, I would anticipate a pretty big red wave. I'm expecting that we take the House for sure, and the Senate, I think we'll take the Senate as well. I mean, when congressional approval is that far down the drain, it's way down in the toilet. What are people supposed to do?
Got to remember is that even though people respond to these surveys, they're like, yeah, Congress sucks. No, but my guy's pretty good.
My guy's pretty good.
My guy's pretty good. Everybody else's is bad.
I got no idea how he voted, but I like him pretty good. I saw one of his signs over there. He's a good-looking guy. So he must be great. There's nothing wrong with that guy. I saw a bunch of yard signs for that guy. Anyway, in addition, so we've got Congress. Nobody likes Congress. We've got an infinite supply of poop talk. But then, this is good news. This is good news, unlike poop and unlike Congress and all that stuff.
Poop is good news.
Well, it depends. It depends. Anyway.
It depends.
Wow. Dude, I see why you did what you did. He's just quick on the draw, man. He really is. He's good. He's very good.
Well, anyway, a federal judge has blocked another of Joe Biden's vaccine mandates. So we saw the OSHA one get blocked, and we've seen it's like every week there's another mandate that's been blocked because Joe Biden's acting like he thinks he's a king, right? He doesn't think he's president. He thinks he's the king. He just gets to have
doesn't know who he is.
He is such a lost, confused, and at times I almost feel bad for him.
Me too.
And then I remember what he does, and my sympathy dries up really quickly when I realize the kind of stuff he's trying to do to our country. Dementia or not, I don't feel bad. You're in the wrong spot, You can go to an old folks home, and I wish you the best at that. But you're not running you're not running the country.
No.
That's absolutely ridiculous. But good news, a federal judge has blocked. This one was for all federal workers. He had this vaccine mandate for federal workers. I didn't even know how many of these dang things has he issued, for one thing. They keep getting struck down. Every time one gets struck down, and we get done talking about that, we hear that another one got struck down. Did he issue like 110 of these mandates?
I don't know. I've got a friend that actually, she should be listening. She actually lives in Texas, so she's a federal contractor. So she never even goes into her office. She works from home. And they mandated the vaccine for her. Now, she managed to get a religious exemption, but the hoops that she had to jump through to get this was incredible. And she never left her home. She doesn't leave her home. She works from a computer at her desk in her home, and they were still mandating the vaccine.
None of it makes any sense.
It makes no sense.
Well, they're doing the same style thing. They had all these vaccine mandates, like trucking companies, doing these mandates on truckers. I'm thinking, who are they running into?
Right.
The truck stop bathroom? Are you really that worried about it? These guys spend, like 8 hours a day in their truck.
But it's a brilliant design if you think about it. Not only did you create the problem, you also have the cure.
Yep.
I mean, what an absolute you talk about how bad I am at marketing. These guys are brilliant because they literally look at the money. And here's the other thing. Everything's for free. Really? Everything's for free. So why are these companies who, by the way, have the largest lawsuits in American history passed against them for fraud? They're making money hand over fist. How are they making money if it's free?
Yeah, this is. You just mentioned that lawsuit, right? If you Google who paid the largest criminal fine I believe it's Pfizer, right?
It is Pfizer.
It's Pfizer for fraud.
Yes, it is.
For
$238 billion, I believe it was.
Insane.
Yep.
And the amount of trust people give these companies, blind trust. They're making billions and billions of dollars. They pitched this idea around, like you said, of quote-unquote free. Ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Well, look what Howard Stern said. What, you don't trust your government? Howard, you made a living on the whole first... please.
He's an idiot.
What an idiot.
He's an idiot.
Yeah.
Well, folks, thanks for joining us for probably the most important discussion ever to happen in the Patriot on the Real Talk Radio Network. Y'all have a good day.
Bye, y'all. Take care.
This is Steve Hauer, host of the Hauer Hour, every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. and in the evening at 6 p.m. I'd like to give a shout out to my sponsor, Glendale Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram on Manchester Road in Glendale. I guarantee you, you will not be disappointed with their selection and with their service. Their motto is, when you're satisfied, we're satisfied. And they certainly live up to that billing. Check them out. Glendale Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, 10070 Manchester Road in Glendale.
Show that you're a Real Talk Radio Network freedom fighter with Real Talk merchandise, polos, t-shirts, v-necks, biker shirts, tumblers, koozies and coffee mugs, and stuff for veterans. All available at RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. Support the voice of freedom and wear it proud. Real Talk Radio Network freedom fighter merchandise at RealTalkRadioNetwork.com. That's RealTalkRadioNetwork.com.
The Rick and Tracy Ellis team and eXp Realty wants to put you in the home of your dreams. A house is what you rent. A home is where you'll nail your family sign, where you bring your first baby, where you enjoy hot chocolate on a snowy morning, or have to set the card table up for the first family Thanksgiving, where all the neighborhood kids come to play on the
This is KXEN St. Louis, operating at 1010 AM and K264CY at 100.7 FM.
You're witty, you're intelligent, and the world wants to hear what you've got to say. You could be famous and have your own radio show. Okay, well, maybe not famous, but you could have your own weekly radio show on the Real Talk Radio Network, reaching potentially millions of listeners. It's more than just a 30-second commercial here and there. It's a great way to build a solid fan and customer base. To get your show on any of the Real Talk Radio Network stations, call 636-299-3702.
Real Talk 93.3. KRTK Herman, KVMO Vandalia. The voice of freedom.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. For almost 50 years, tens of thousands of demonstrators have descended on Washington in January to denounce the Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade decision legalizing abortion. They're hopeful the U.S. Supreme Court will nullify that ruling this year. Former Democratic Congressman Dan Lipinski told the crowd at the annual March for Life that we are all created equal in God's eyes.
There's a self-evident truth that we are all created equal, no matter how small, weak, or poor, and that our Creator gives all of us a right to life.
The March for Life arrives as the Supreme Court appears likely in the coming months to let states impose tighter restrictions on abortion. The court's considering a Mississippi case that could overturn the 1973 ruling. U.S. and Russian diplomats agreed Friday to keep talking in the standoff over Ukraine, even though their meeting produced no movement in the crisis that has seen Moscow mass tens of thousands of troops at the border and the West ramp up supplies of weapons to Kiev. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says he's hoping that diplomacy works.
I strongly hope that de-escalation and dialogue will allow for a solution, avoiding the kind of confrontation that would have inevitably terrible consequences.
A U.S. judge in Texas has issued a nationwide injunction barring the federal government from enforcing President Biden's requirement that federal workers without qualifying medical or religious exemptions be vaccinated for COVID-19. Judge Jeffrey Brown ruled Friday that opponents of Biden's vaccination mandate for federal employees were likely to succeed at trial. On Wall Street, the Dow by 450 points, the Nasdaq dropped 385, the S&P 500 lower by 84. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor, and we finally uncovered the truth.
It was actually EPI. Exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
It can lead to symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools.
And EPI symptoms can be confused with those of other common digestive conditions, like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease.
So getting to the right diagnosis meant being more open with my doctor about the severity of my symptoms and how often they were happening.
But there's good news. EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker at identifyepi.com and schedule a visit or call with your doctor to ask, could I have EPI?
One American News has done a great job, and here's the story, what just happened. The woke executives, I don't know what the hell they're doing, AT&T saying that they may no longer agree to carry this network that's doing very well. You know why? Because people told them not to do it.
Don't allow woke executives to shut down OAN. Let your voices be heard. Reach out by phone, email, and social media to AT&T and DirecTV and demand that OAN remains on your channel lineup. Call AT&T and DirecTV today.
When coffee's just not enough, get your motor running weekday mornings with Amped in the AM. Tabitha Hassel.
I own a security company. I work in anti-piracy.
Steve Belko.
I'm a former history professor.
And producer Dan. The perfect blend of what's going on in the world locally and a little fun to balance it out.
Tabitha and I are in the front lines for the American people.
Weekday mornings from 6 till 9.
Amped in the AM.
On the Real Talk Radio Network. If you like the truth Dr. Eric Naputi is sharing, then you're going to love the Real Talk Radio Network. With hosts all day long like Eric Naputi, they all share the truth.
You want answers?
They all have unique connections to get you tomorrow's news today. And they're all passionate and can give you the information and inspiration to be a great freedom fighter. Joe Hoff with the Gateway Pundit, Dan Bongino, Patel Patriot, Ann Vanderstill, Professor Toto, Javon Hutton Pulitzer, and many more. Each and every one with their own unique style, but the common bond of bringing you the absolute truth.
You want answers? I want the truth!
It's free with content updated daily, live or on demand. To get the Real Talk app, go to the App Store on Apple devices and in the Google Play Store for Android devices. Search for Real Talk 93.3 and look for our logo with a bald eagle with its wings spread that look like an American flag, just like Dr. Naputi, the Real Talk Radio Network delivers.
The truth!
Hey, everybody, it's Dr. Eric Naputi. I hope you're having an amazing day today. Hey, let me ask you a question. Are you thinking about fleeing St. Louis County because of all the craziness of the tyrant of Sam Page, or are you thinking about making a move? Well, if so, I want you to support us here at Real Talk, and I want you to call our owners, Rick and Tracy Ellis, by the way, who have been in real estate for over 25 years and have sold over $300 million in real estate. Listen, you can call them directly at 636-229-3702 or visit tracyellis.com.
Rudy Giuliani's coming.
Real Talk Radio Network plays a very, very big role in making sure the American people get to know what they need to know, and we're very, very proud to be a part of it. We try to cover the things that are covered up, whether it's about COVID or about Afghanistan or about Biden's incapacity or about the inflation or about what I call the express train to socialism, which Biden has us on.
The Rudy Giuliani Show, weeknight 7 till 8 p.m. starting January 31st on the Real Talk Radio Network. The views and opinions of the following program are not necessarily those of the Real Talk Radio Network. Portions may be pre-recorded. This is the Kel Brazil Show. Now, Kel Brazil.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Kel Brazil Show here at the Real Talk Radio Network. I am Kel Brazil and I appreciate you for tuning in. Fish, that sounds great. And I love it. It's day one, official day one of the Kel Brazil Show. Although I had hoped that that was coming to pass, I just wasn't sure. So anyway, it's finally Friday. Hey, Fish, maybe we could play that song sometime throughout the show. You know the one I'm talking about? I think it's George Jones.
Yeah, it's George Jones, Finally Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking that. But anyway, hopefully you've got a nice weekend planned. As a cheer mom, I'm going to be spending my weekend with my daughter and thousands of other little girls for her cheer competition. So good luck to the Quake team from Ice All-Star. At least this one's a little closer. It's local. Anyway, it's going to be a little nicer weather-wise, too, as it is freezing, and I am not here for it. So, sad day in the entertainment industry. I know everybody's talked about it before, but not by me, and with the deaths of Meatloaf and Louis Anderson, the comedian. I think he was 68 and lost his battle to cancer. And somebody else that passed away that I just caught the headline of, Thelma Sutcliffe passed away. Now, you may ask who that is. Well, she was the oldest citizen in the United States at 115 years old, oldest person. So anyway, usual housekeeping. If you haven't downloaded the app, please do so you can hear us crystal clear. We are getting a ton of downloads on our app each month, which is fantastic. That's great. So also like and share the show. You know that helps us grow and help more people become aware of the station and all the great lineup of hosts that we have. Except that Brian Nieves one that we just listened to. Brian, if you're listening, what was that about? I'm just kidding. I laughed my face off. But anyway, if you missed the shows, you can always go back to realtalk933.com and locate the podcast on demand. And at the end of the hour today, we'll open up the phone lines. We've got a lot going on, but we'll open up the phone lines. If you've got anything you want to share or comment or ask me about, feel free. Phone number 636-224-6300. Okay, on Fridays, we do our Jeff City Roundup segment at the bottom of the hour. For that is usually Senator Bill Eigel, but filling in for him is State Rep Nick Schroer. So that's coming up at 5:30. And then in just a little bit, we're going to be interviewing Lori Nicewainer of Operation Underground Railroad ahead of an event that the organization is hosting tomorrow night. It's actually a film premiere to spread awareness of sex trafficking. And I've talked about that on this show before. We're going to get into that a little bit more. But I belong to a couple of different organizations, one of which is Operation Underground Railroad, and another is Vets for Child Rescue. So it's important. I know it's uncomfortable to talk about these things and, when you hear some of the stories. But if we do nothing, nothing will change. And so we've got to have these conversations. There's nothing more precious than our babies. And we just can't be informed enough about the important mission of stopping this evil, grotesque trade, slave trade. And it's not only sex trafficking. Some of it is labor. And believe it or not, men and women are also trafficked. Women are actually the most trafficked, followed by children and then men. But, you think, wow, that's weird. A man can be trafficked? Yes, they can. They get trafficked for labor. And so slavery is still very much a thing. And you can become an abolitionist, which we'll hear from Lori on with Operation Underground Railroad. And, for as little as $5 a day, I think I heard her say the other day, because everybody, I believe, has had her on the shows. We're really trying to, push this. So I think for $5 a day, you can do your part to help end this vile, vile trade. Okay, a couple things we'll talk about today outside of our Jeff City Roundup and the interview with Operation Underground Railroad. We're going to talk about, the AG, Missouri AG is doing some things again, as promised, and a little bit about abortion, and then, of course, child trafficking and Missouri news. There's a lot going on in Missouri with the redistricting conversation, with how we're spending our money and our budgeting and so on, and then the State of the State address that Governor Parson gave this week. So I'm hoping and I'm sure that Nick's going to talk about all of that when he calls in. Okay, Missouri AG Eric Schmidt making good on his promise to file suit against these school districts who refuse to let go of this mass nuttiness. And, it's already been decided, and they just won't let it go. They think it's their right to enforce masks on our kids' faces. There are tons and tons of headlines, tons of statistics about how bad this is for our children. And he has said, here's his quote, "School districts have never been given the authority by the legislature to enact public health orders like mask mandates or quarantine orders. The recent Cole County judgment just further affirms that fact. The decision to mask children in school should rest solely with parents and families. Last month, informed a number of school districts that their decision to continue to enforce mask mandates is illegal and must be stopped immediately. Some school districts dropped their mask mandates and quarantine orders, but others continue to defy the law." So among them is Francis Howell, Fort Zumwalt, Columbia Public Schools, Park Hills. And so, Francis Howell, my little grandson, is in the Francis Howell district, and he went back after Christmas break without having to wear one, and less than a week later was right back in one. So anyway, all right, I believe joining me now is Laurie from Operation Underground Railroad. Laurie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, how are you today?
Absolutely, I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for calling in. I know we got a lot going on. So I kind of gave a little bit about what Operation Underground Railroad does, but let's just get to it, and you tell us what your role is within the organization, and let's learn about the organization, and then I got a couple questions I want to ask you about that. So.
Okay, sure. Well, I am the team lead, the volunteer team lead for the St. Louis team in Missouri. I think we have two, Kansas City and then St. Louis, and that covers some parts of Illinois. I don't believe they have a team together yet. And what we do as a team is we raise awareness. We contact schools and we offer to give them information. We have fundraisers. Of course, we talk to our family members and friends, people that have children, and try to get them educated about sex trafficking and what a widespread problem it is and how it's affecting everybody. It's not just, like the runaways, which I think a lot of people think it's the broken families, and now they're, these perverts are trafficking everybody, all children, and they use the pandemic. This is me speaking, not OUR, but I would say that that's one of the reasons why they want to keep this pandemic going. The numbers have more than doubled since the pandemic.
God,
the children
shocking.
Who are being exploited, so it's getting bad. Of course, we want to shed light. We don't want to go and say, well, here's the problem. This is really depressing. Let's not, go out and just keep your kids under lock and key all the time. But what we're trying to do is get parents involved, and we really need to be involved in schools, for one, and getting involved in our kids' lives so that we know what's going on, not just passing off these tablets, which are, a great way for traffickers to reach out to children, or video games, or, stick them in front of a computer for a while without understanding, that this is how the predators are reaching out to children. And we also, like when we don't have fundraisers or we're not, we don't have some big event that's going on, we do, you can go online to Blue Campaign and you can download some of their tools that they call toolkits. I carry some in my car, like right now. I have some, if I just go into a convenience store, so there's a toolkit just specific for that. There's a toolkit for hotels, and I go and I speak to whoever is working behind the counter, and I hand it to them and ask them to give them to their managers. It gives you different scenarios of sex trafficking that might happen in those particular establishments and what to do. Obviously, you don't want to ask a trafficking victim, hey, are you being trafficked, or pay too much attention to someone who is possibly a trafficking victim. What you want to do is very surreptitiously try to take down as many details as you possibly can, and then have that phone number to call the trafficking hotline with that information. If you can get a picture, that would be great. And of course, you want to get the details of the trafficker and try to act as if you don't suspect anything. I talked to someone who probably witnessed a trafficking situation in Walmart, and she didn't think about it until, I had said something to her about, these girls are told they're dirty and nobody cares about you, and you're a tramp and you're a slut. And, they're told this over and over again. So when we look at somebody like that, and we might, go, oh, what a hoe, look at how she's dressed, and then we'll look away, we're unwittingly reinforcing what she's been told.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Yeah. Let's talk about what the signs are. How would you know?
Well, you don't know, but if you suspect something just doesn't feel right, you can call that hotline. They're not going to, say that you shouldn't do that. They'll take the information and then they'll decide whether or not to investigate. But, usually, in the case of, let me go ahead and pull one of these out.
Because I think people think it's, they're whisked off and quickly shuttled across the world, another part of the world. And that does happen, too. But sometimes it can be a younger, like some of the signs might be a younger girl who is acting kind of squirrely and an older gentleman with her. The connection's not clear. She might look undernourished. She might have expensive, like a phone, there's just oddities. Like she'll have an expensive phone, but her clothes won't quite match up with that. Or, so it's just, there are very weird signs of this. And if you know what to look for, then you start to look around and you wonder, my God, how many times did I encounter this and not even know it? Like you said,
Right. And those are perfect indicators right there. A young girl with someone who where it looks mismatched, or you might even see a young guy with a bunch of young girls that are of different, that just don't, like, they wouldn't look like they would all be together. And he might make a remark about, well, you better, whatever you pick out, that's your meal for the day. Another indicator is avoiding eye contact. Trafficking victims, and I read about this too, about a girl who wrote about her personal experiences that she avoided. And I remember seeing a trafficking situation, back in 2000, I think it was, when I worked at the airport. Never heard of trafficking before. I just thought this was some hooker, and she was allowing this man to talk down. He was chewing up popcorn and then turning around and spitting it in her face.
Oh, my God.
And she just looked blank. And I tried to look at her, and she would not look directly away, but she would just slightly shift her eyes where her focus was somewhere else. She never spoke. She never said anything. She didn't react when this man, and I called airport security, and they really didn't handle it. They thought I had gotten them drunk and didn't want to take care of a problem. I said, no, the guy was really weird. But I would have never, in my wildest imagination, thought that this man was selling her. It doesn't occur to most people.
Exactly.
I would hope it wouldn't.
Yeah, I had said in the beginning, I don't know if you were listening at that point, but, people don't understand that this is beyond just children, that men and women can be trafficked as well. And like I said, it happens everywhere.
It does.
St. Louis being a big hub because of Highway 70.
Yes. And even out in the country, a friend of mine that's going to be attending tomorrow, her neighbor's daughter is missing, and they live way out in a rural community. Good Christian family. This girl was lured away by a trafficker, and she has not been recovered since. And this is, you just think, well, big cities it's the only difference, I guess, would be is how much money they're making, because a smaller town, of course, isn't going to bring in as much. But they are. It's happening everywhere. And, for this particular movie that's playing tomorrow, a lot of these are children who are trafficked right out of their homes. So they're not missing yet, but they were trafficked within their own homes, their own communities. And, of course, not to get too deep down the rabbit hole, but, schools and courts have also been, that's like a whole other thing. But
hey, Lori, we got to take a break. Can you hang on through the break, though, because there's some other questions that I want to make sure to ask because this is so important. Okay, let's take a break, and then we'll be right back with Lori of Operation Underground Railroad.
Is the auto industry reinventing itself? Hi, everyone. I'm auto specialist David Finkelstein hosting Automotive Insight every Saturday at 2 o'clock. We'll discuss a variety of automotive topics, including safety recalls, new levels of technology, driverless cars, battery-powered electric cars and trucks, plus new model shortages, all of which are making global headlines. That's Saturdays only on St. Louis's own, the Real Talk Radio Network. Thanks to our sponsor, BuyACarRight.com.
He knew the truth from day one. and is trusted and followed by hundreds of thousands worldwide. And he's live in the Real Talk Radio Network studios, weekdays from 9 till 11 a.m.
One of the first ones I saw come out speaking out about all this stuff, you know what I mean? You're a great American.
Thank you so much for giving us some hope, because without you, I would feel totally hopeless.
You can tune in and trust Dr. Eric Naputi.
Real Talk with Dr. Eric Naputi, weekdays 9 till 11 a.m. on the Real Talk Radio Network.
Steve Hauer here, inviting you to listen to my program, The Hauer Hour, heard on this station every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. with a repeat broadcast at 6 p.m. The Hauer Hour